Okay, that sounds good. Now if we can get some game audio, there we go. So in a little bit we'll be starting off with probably my all-time favorite game. This game has been my childhood, and it's gonna be fun to do that. Now before anything else, I will want to thank you all for donating towards that 80% run. It's gonna be a blast. I'm gonna really try to do this. I'm gonna do it without manipulating it as well, just to make that fight a little bit harder. We're going to do it bare to minimum strats, so it's going to be an interesting run. This is basically the opening cutscene, and we're going to go over some of the characters here, but we'll do that as we go through the run. So I'm going to hard reset the console here, basically for RNG manipulation purposes, because we will be manipulating a little bit. We won't be manipulating the dungeons themselves, but it's mostly just to save a little bit of time in the first dungeon. We're doing this in Retry, and before we start, I want to mention Retry mode. Basically what it is in this mode, we get 4 times as much experience and gold from every single encounter. The speedrun itself is about the same time. They're about as fast, but this one is a lot more marathon safe, and that's why I opted to go for Retry mode here. Can I get the name that won? Then we'll just give that a second. I heard something in an earlier donation about this one, so I'm going to assume that real quick. But we'll wait on the confirmation for that. But so yeah, for this first part of the run, basically the first roughly 50 minutes, that's where the real hard part of the game is going to be. Because we have to manipulate a lot of the bosses. One mistake on a lot of bosses means it's over. I have a few backup safety saves. I hope to not need them, because if I need to resort to one of those, that will mean we lose the name, so that would be kind of a waste. So it shouldn't happen, but I made them just in case. Hopefully with that we should be able to get through. And then, I mean, correct? Okay. Dutch, can you give me a countdown? So yeah, this is Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals. And for those that don't know the Lufia series, the very first game in the Lufia series, even though it's technically the second title. So we're going to start off here. We're going to be playing a character named Clink, normally named Maxim, but in this case it's going to be Clink. And he's going to get into this conversation with Tia, who is a childhood friend of ours. She's a shop owner. We're basically monster hunters, and she kind of feels like, you know, when are you gonna get a normal job that isn't as dangerous? We're like, what would a normal job be, though? And she's like, well, maybe a shop owner? I don't think we're very cut out to be shop owners, though, so we're just gonna ignore her suggestion. Gonna buy some boomerangs. That'll be for a little bit later on. We're gonna move on to the skills cave. So this is basically the tutorial cave. I mean, every classic RPG with their tutorials and the likes. This tutorial isn't that bad. It's only a few minutes long, but we will have to sit that one out. So yeah, he explains a lot about how monsters move and all that kind of stuff. We don't really need to know that. I've played this game enough that at this point you'd think I'd know. So he tells us how we can use arrows to stun enemies. So this is one of the Lufia games where you can actually stun enemies like that, which is kind of beneficial because that means they won't actually get in our way, and we can just pass them no problem. However, they are only stunned for a few steps, so we'll have to be careful with using that. Gonna shoot that switch over, and we're gonna get into a door that, you know, it seems like the door is locked, although the answer to the puzzle is kind of obvious. He wants us to just step on the tile, but we just move the pillar right there because this really is too easy. I will say this game is notorious for its difficult puzzles at some points. You'll notice quite soon. However, before anything else, we're going to get the reset spell, and that basically resets the room back to the way that we found it when we entered. Really useful on some occasions. And with that, we're going to move on. Now, if all goes to plan, this next encounter will be a double encounter, which is generally not what we want. But everything else should be a single. Because of that, this is still kind of fast. If you fully manipulate the early game, which is possible, but really, really difficult, and especially on console, you only get one shot at it. Okay, so I made a mistake somewhere. That's completely fine. It's not a big deal if we're not on the manipulation here. But yeah, the manipulation is really, really tight, especially on console for retry mode. So I have a backup manipulation that is almost as fast. It's about 30 seconds slower, but it's 99% consistent pretty much. Whereas a regular manipulation would be lucky if I'd hit 50%. So I would gladly take that 30-second time loss to be sure I could actually show off the entire thing without having to reset for an hour here. By the way, a reset meaning, especially in this game, because it's retry mode, that I would have to completely beat the game without saving before I can try a second time. So kind of brutal there, but whatever. It doesn't matter much. We're gonna move on to Elsit once again. And if we were to talk to the NPCs, they would tell us we have to talk to Tia. She was looking for us. She cooked us dinner. I mean, dinner seems like a good idea, right? It seems nice. She's cooked us something really special too. She's cooked us a ghost fish, the Navarroa. So let's have a taste. It's well, let's just let her taste it first, because she confirms that it does taste pretty awful. She covers it with some lemon, and because of that, it suddenly doesn't taste as bad anymore. It's definitely a weird dish she made there. She's gonna make us some tea. We're gonna just casually chat up about life choices and whatnot. Why we've been fighting all the time, and you know, all that kind of stuff. It really isn't that interesting. We're just gonna move on. And as we try to leave town to go on to our next quest, basically, we hear this guy, and he's got some bad news. A horde of monsters has blocked the cave that connects us with the neighboring town. They've locked the door in between, and they've stolen the key. So he has no idea what to do. Luckily, Maxim, or rather Clink, to the rescue. And I'm gonna use the first speed strat here, so to speak. You'll see me go into the menu a lot. That actually resets the encounters, basically meaning we can't get into any overworld encounters if I do that correctly. Every time I go into the menu, the next 4 steps, it is impossible for me to get an encounter. And the next few steps after that have a very low encounter rate, so very, very helpful little strat to skip a lot of overworld encounters, because some of the overworld encounters can actually be quite deadly. Some frame-perfect mashing through the menu there. Easy every time. Getting a single lizard, that's okay. Ideally, you want to see double mushroom, single lizard. Double mushroom will go down as quickly. Maybe I shouldn't be running into bats, though. Gonna avoid that spider at all costs. It's random where he is in this run right now. And we're gonna move on to the Lizard Man. This is the guy that stole the key. He's a very hard boss, as you can see. Like, I'm holding 2 buttons here. Sorry for that. Oh, that was the fight. Well, okay. I guess that's it. So yeah, that was Lizard Man, everybody. Really hard boss. I will say, casually, that boss can be kind of tricky if you don't have any heal items, but he's, like, boomerangs deal about 40 damage, or like 44 to 48, and he has 80 health, so 2 boomerangs just kills him instantly. And we see this mysterious woman walk towards us. Now, I want you guys to remember this woman. Something is weird about her, but you'll notice it as we go through the game. We'll see her quite a few times. She tells us that a red ball that appeared a few days ago is the cause of all of this trouble, the cause of all those monsters that are increasing, why they're becoming more aggressive. And she also tells us it's our destiny to face this evil and stop it, and that there are others that we can go, or that we will meet on our journey if we do go, that can help us on this quest. So, you know, we're gonna go on this said quest that she mentioned, and, well, let's just go, I suppose. So we're going to move on to this town over here. This is the town of Sunlight Town, and as soon as we enter, we get into quite a big earthquake. It's quite a heavy one. Turns out this town has been struggling with earthquakes lately, and quite a lot of them too. And rumor has it that some big catfish in the neighboring town is the cause of all of these earthquakes. I was supposed to not derp around too much there. Money isn't very tight in this game. It's completely fine, but I was supposed to buy one escape. I pressed up one too many times there. I need those potions, though, in order to actually survive this dungeon. So this is the lake cave, and we're going to pretty much skip half of the dungeon right off the bat. Like, half of this we're not going to do, because there's a lot of chests here that, as cool as they are casually, we do not really need them because we have boomerangs. We're going to fall down here. That's going to unlock that door. If we go through the door, we can get to the boss, but we don't have the key yet, so that's the first thing we're going to have to grab. It's completely fine if the eagle hits me here, because I actually need to kill a few eagles as we go along. I needed that specific level up that you saw right there. That's without in a fully manipulated run, I would not need that level up. That's where the main difference comes in. But having that level ensures that I am guaranteed to be able to survive this next boss fight, and surviving would be kind of helpful. Gotta be very careful in that menu not to use the escape, otherwise that would be a pretty big time loss. We got the level, so I'm not gonna worry about those eagles again. Or basically just walk around here. This guy being a bit of a troll, he doesn't normally move that way, but that's alright. So this is how we're gonna manipulate here. I'm gonna reset this room real quick. Making sure that I am doing it the correct way. We will know soon enough. So I'm going to stun him. I'm going to move towards him. He has to move down, which he did. Going to take the movement very careful here. I can afford a few mistakes here, but I want to keep them to a minimum. Because this next boss can easily kill me in 2 hits, and we're going to try to kill him in 4 turns, which is the fastest amount of turns that you can get at this point in the game to kill him, without really grinding a lot. This is also one of the hardest fights if you do not manipulate this run, so definitely interesting. On top of which, he has a 1 in 8 drop at the end of the fight, that we want to get that, because it's a really good item. This is 49. He's going to normal attack us for 19, correct. We're going to get a 50. Still good. Looks like we're on the manipulation. 15, that's correct. He's going to get another 50. He has 200 health, by the way, so we need at least 51 damage here. We're going to get 52, and we're going to get the 1 in 8 Catfish Jewel drop. That is the first major manipulation of the run out of the way. That is also probably the most important manipulation in the speedrun. It saves the most amount of time. I'm going to use a potion real quick to heal up. We're going to reset the room. And, well, we could go out of the dungeon. But at that point, we couldn't progress the game yet because the bridge is still broken. So we're going to move in here, and we're going to meet up Tia, who's under attack by some skeletons and goblins. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I am not a major fan of either skeletons or goblins, so we're going to kill them off. Easy fight. Easy fight. So she tells us that she came after us because she was worried that we were running away, but we're not that. We're not going to run away like that, are we? And then she realizes, by the look in our eyes, that we are going to move away. We are going to leave because we have that destiny to save the world. So we're going to tell her, you know, it'll be a while before you'll see me again. And she's like, well, no, I'm going with you. If you are going into the dangerous places, I am coming with you no matter what. So shout-outs for Tia for being the tough girl that she is. She's actually surprisingly good. Gotta give a shout-out to my waifu Tia there. She's like the best character in the game. Easily the best character in the game. I'm hearing a Kappa next to me here. Can we get some more love for Tia in chat, please? Because that is... Nope. Aw, that is brutal, dude. That is brutal. So yeah, we're going to move on towards the Kingdom of Alloons, which is going to be our next stop. Again, going to use these save flashes to make sure that we get so that we get as few encounters as possible. So generally, like, I could guarantee no encounters, but it would be kind of slow to do that, so I'll risk a few, but as few as possible by buffering every like 4 steps or so. We're going to get a few of those. I'm going to buy some antidotes. We need that later on. And I'm going to buy 2 mini shields. Normally, I would only buy 1, but since the incentive got Matt, we're going to buy 2 for added buffing abilities. Basically, they have an additional power, the Battle Lust, which we'll see in not the next boss fight, but the one after that, allowing me to give a, I believe, 25% boost to the attack power of the character I use it on. It's either 25 or 50%. I'm not completely sure on that, but quite a nice buff. So yeah, these guys, they're going to come in and they're going to tell the king that the crown is a fake. And everybody's looking at the crown kind of surprised. And as they try to run away, this one soldier stops them because he doesn't actually recognize these 2 soldiers. And their uniforms seem a little off. Also, this bomb is flying, by the way. Yeah, it turns out these 2 guys were thieves and they're trying to steal the crown and, well, blow themselves up in the process. They're gonna walk around the room. Notice how nobody has yet picked up the crown and put it back where it belongs. Like, not at all. We've been here for at least, like, what, 20 seconds now? So they're gonna run out of the room. They're gonna run back into the room, steal the crown, and run back out and still get away with it. The king is kind of like, what are you guys doing? Go after them. It's kind of good soldiers there. You'll see this game has really good soldiers in general. It turns out nobody has left the castle if we were to talk to the guard at the gate. And we notice as soon as we try to go to the basement that this guy is on the floor. He didn't actually get hit by the bomb, but some fragments hit him and that he passed out as a result. Somehow the thieves, however, managed to survive the bomb a second time because, you know, those are some good thieves right there. So you're gonna... No Warmag hype. Oh wow, that is quite amazing. Shoutouts to whomever set up that raid. Nice, good stuff, dude. So we're going to pick up the bomb here, because, you know, those thieves are going to have explosives, and so should we. And with the bomb, we're going to move on. We're going to head out towards actually trying to catch those thieves, because if those guards aren't going to do it, we probably should. Now, I know that this category, I called it Glitchless, but it's technically more of a no major glitches kind of thing. We're going to step onto this button, and we're going to do a very, very minor glitch here. We're going to reset the room, and that places the pot on top of the button. It saves a little bit of moving around, saves like 10 seconds. I figured naming this no major glitches as well would kind of make the name for this category way too long, so I went with Glitchless, which used to be the name of the category, but they changed that very recently. So now comes one of the hardest rooms, or what used to be one of the hardest rooms in the game. So before we had this manipulation the way that I did it with using the save flash, which I'll go a bit more in depth when we do the next one. They would actually manipulate the entire game up to the Tarantula, which is the 4th major boss of the game. And that meant that every single step in this dungeon had to be perfect. So you had to do that entire room that I just did there, that entire color block puzzle, without a single misstep, or you would be off the RNG and it was a reset. That was a very, very brutal time. I never actually learned that manipulation because I never wanted to bother getting through this dungeon without making a misstep. Here we have to do 3 forced fights with these kobolds or goblins or whatever they are. Fairly easy fights, we're just going to boomerang them. The ones in the back row are a range. That 30 roll means we might not kill them this hit, and we got unlucky there, didn't get the kill. It's actually pretty rare to not kill them. They have 62 HP total, so I need at least 132 or 2 31s. So this one is already dead because I got a 33 there. 30 is the absolute minimum if they are in the back row. That gets that out of the way, and we're going to move on again. So I think it's about time we get that crown, right? Well, luckily they're right down here. We've already caught up to them. And they have a trap for us. So we jump down here, and they're going to lock us in. They're going to pretty much flush us away with the sewer system. Because they're willy waters, as they call them. And, well, yeah, that. They kind of just flushed themselves away, because they're really, really good thieves right there. So we're going to just head on to the next room, and it kind of turns out that they, well, they dropped the crown on the way. So we're going to pick up the crown. So that is that mystery solved. We didn't catch the thieves, but we'll get to see the thieves again at some point. It's kind of a spoiler, I know, but we'll see them again. It'll be a while, though. So yeah, we're going to head out and go back to the king, and the king is going to give an option as to what we want. We could either say the princess, money, nothing, or, well, the king himself. We're just going to say money. Come again? We would like the princess, but the princess gives a lot of text boxes, so it's really slow. Technically, nothing gives the most amount of money. You get 3,000 gold if you choose for nothing, because he finds you so generous. Money gives the second highest amount with 2,000, and it has the least amount of text. That's why I went for that one, with only one text box rather than 3. So we could go on. We could head into the shrine, and, well, we would learn that the door is locked. Some kids took the key because they were playing Treasure Hunter, and, well, when we head into the dungeon, it turns out that the kid got attacked by a monster, and, well, he lost the key. So that's going to be an issue. So that is going to be annoying, because now we have to actually get that key back, which is going to be a little difficult. So we're going to come up in a room with a little bit of RNG. Those moths can be a bit of a pain. They did not decide to be that, though. So we can move on quite easily. Going to take that heal right now. This is a safety item that we don't normally get. A miracle basically is an instant revive and fully heals my HP and MP. So it revives from death. It gives me that full heal. It's really convenient if I end up being in a bad spot at some point. In a practice run yesterday, it actually ended up saving my life there. So, you know, we never know how that miracle could potentially be useful. It is a miracle, after all. That is very true. So we're going to drop the water levels here to unlock the bridge to get to the boss. Just going to move down here again. We're going to go through these doors, and we have to hit a second switch, which is on the other way. I could pick up a second miracle here, but it's kind of far out of the way. It's in that secret chest down there. But we should really not need one, let alone two. So here we got a really interesting little speed strat that I want to mention. We're going to reset this room. I'm going to slash my sword 2 times, and that's going to cause me not to get a hit by that encounter. If you slash once or not at all, you will get hit by him. So it's a really minor little skip of that encounter. I'm going to make sure my MP is full. I'm going to step on the save tile, and what that does is it sets my RNG back to a value that I know. So now I know what my RNG is at, and I can go into this next boss knowing exactly what to expect here. So here we go. That's bad. I kind of forgot to do some equipment. I needed to equip this item. That is going to be interesting. We can probably still do the drowsy, get him asleep for a few turns, but this is going to be a long fight because of that. We're still going to get the second benefit out of it if we get through this fight, but it's going to be a slow fight at that. At least he's going to be asleep for a little bit. We can use drowsy to do that. We have strong. We should have enough MP, so we'll get through this fight. It'll just take a little bit longer. And I have to go kind of easy on my boomers here, so that is quite a bad mistake on my part, but it's okay. Trying to manipulate the fight and then, well, that happening. So the Catfish Jewel, if I had it equipped, I would be able to deal about 80 damage a turn, which, as you can see, saves quite a lot of time. He broke out of sleep, so we're going to use Drowsy again. This is now going to be a very RNG-heavy fight. We're going to lose a bit of time here, but we should still be able to salvage this. Be it a slow fight because of it. I guess we could. Save the frame. Are we gonna save the frames? We're gonna get through a very slow fight, but we're gonna do a little interesting strat in a little bit. I'll pretty much save that back entirely. So really hope I have enough to get through this. I'm gonna use boomers pretty soon. Yeah, with companions out there, we definitely should. It would be a bit of a shame if I do lose it here, because that loses a bit of time. I have a backup save just before the how do you call them? The catfish, but that would lose me about 10 minutes, which is gonna be rough. And the death on Tia, we are not in a good spot right now. This is that risk of forgetting to do the equipment that I was supposed to do. Strong on both. We'll see if we can salvage it, though. If not, I'm going to resort to a backup save that I have. I don't think we're going to get the damage out, though. It's looking like we're too short. As soon as he gets another companion up after this turn, it's pretty much just a reset. Because I do not think I can manage it to salvage it from there. That would lose a little bit of time. We should be okay. It's kind of rough to lose it like this, but yeah, I need to kill him on this hit, and we have not dealt enough damage. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Yeah, that is that's completely on me. So that puts us back here, unfortunately. It's even further. Yeah, I thought it was a little, but that's, yeah, that's okay. I mean, we'll give it a second shot. If something like that happens again, I have a second safety save later on in the run. That is a big time loss. That is a big mistake on my end, but that's okay. Yeah, definitely do. I completely forgot about that equipment menu there. Guess that's just the nerves getting to me. It happens. It happens. So luckily the early game here isn't the most brutal part of the game in the sense that if we get a loss here, we can't completely recover. But it is still kind of painful that we lost it like that. That unfortunately does lose us the character name. There's not much I can do about that. Rip Clink. Clink has had a good run, but unfortunately not enough. I will also say Estimate is not dead yet, but it's going to be tough to beat it at this point. So we'll see what happens, though. There we go, 9 of those. We get kind of unlucky. I was kind of hoping to be able to do that stretch without encounters, as usually you can. So, for those that missed the earlier part, I guess a lot of new people came in, so I guess I should probably explain it again. This is especially for all the people that came in with the FF1 community just now. So we're gonna beat the catfish. There was that earthquake you saw just now, and because of that, people have been sleeping really, really poorly, so we should probably help them out. We're going to kill all these eagles, try and get another level up. I'm just short this time, so I need to kill one more, which is completely fine. Maybe we will. Let's see if we will. Eagle Rock would actually save a little bit of time. It would make for some safety later on. If we do equip it. Nice way of rubbing it in right there, but I guess that's fair. That is completely fair. The reason I forgot to equip is you want to equip as rather late, because you want to equip after you get the shields, and you pretty much get through that segment. And in most runs, you get the shields after you do Alloons, so I'm used to having it a lot later on in the run that I did. And that kind of just threw me off there, I suppose. So we're gonna build this bridge again. I'm gonna get that gonna try to manipulate that catfish a second time. Gonna get that 1 and 8 drop a second time, and hopefully be able to progress regardless. If I fail it again, that extra bonk shouldn't have mattered because the frog is on a set pattern. If I fail it again, I'll load a save from the tarantula, which is 2 bosses after where we just died. And I'll pretty much fill you guys in on everything in between. After that point, I can save again. Like, so after that, it wouldn't matter as much. It should be fine. We should be good here. 15. So yeah, we've got 24 health, so we have enough. So at least I got this manipulation again. That is... we got the catfish jewel again. Okay, let me do one thing very different from what I did last time to make sure that can't happen a second time, and that's do that right there. That would have pretty much solved the problem. 2 for 2. It's that would be something. But yeah, oh well. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. We've got plenty of stuff to make that up. These guys are giving me some trolley movement, but that's fine. And we're gonna meet up with Tia again. Or rather, we're gonna meet up with Tia. This is obviously the first time we're doing this. I will... Yeah, shoutouts to the best waifu in the game. Like, she is amazing. This is an amazing character. I mean, she almost pulled through in that fight, even though she had literally nothing on her. But yeah, with 7 boomers, that's just not gonna happen, and it's just too bad a fight for that. Regal Goblin used to be a big reset point. I guess we got unlucky on that as well. Luckily, that's what that backup save was for, in case something in between went wrong, and I have a backup save just after the manipulation as well, in case I get stuck here. So, not all is lost, although it will be rough. Okay, that's good. So we're going to move on to the Aloon's Kingdom, and this is a very interesting kingdom. It's got some amazing guards, as some of you guys may have already seen, although I guess most of you probably haven't yet. And that pretty much brings us back to the castle we were at. We still have two dungeons to do. Luckily, both of these dungeons are fairly short, so we should be fine. So, once again, we're going to buy 4 escapes, a warp, a bunch of antidotes, which we need later, and 2 mini shields. And this time, let's do that. Make sure that is set up correctly. So now I can't actually make that mistake again, and we should be fine. So we're going to move into the castle, and we're going to see these guards attack, or guards come in, attack. They're going to pretty much it's an attack on the castle, right? But no, they're going to come in and they're going to tell us that the crown is a fake. They've called in an expert, and he's going to look at the crown to make sure that everything's okay. One of the guards, however, notices something about their costume is a little off. It's a little weird, but that's okay. It turns out they had this bomb right here. A flying bomb at that, yeah. It's really interesting how those bombs can fly around here. They get hit by the bomb themselves, and they're gonna run around the room dizzy for a little while. They could have just run out. They could have just taken it out. That is very true. But they're just going to run out. Oh, they forgot the crowns. They're going to run back in, and they're going to pick up that crown and move out a second time. These guards just standing around, looking around. They don't seem to be doing too good a job, that's for sure. this guy, he confirms that these thieves, they went into the basement. So we're going to go after them. Make sure that we catch those thieves, bring back the crown, get the money from the king. Or at least a reward from the king. Because it's all about that reward, of course. We definitely need the money. Selfless act, clearly. Well, yeah, we could choose nothing. That would even give us more money, too. So we're going to get the bombs again. And we're going to move on here. On towards catching those thieves. That was, I will say, though, that was a really unfortunate way to lose it right there. Like, over all of my practice runs, I've not had that, I've not made that mistake. Not to say it can't happen, but it's just... it's happened before. I've made that mistake in the past, but it's been a while before since last I did. I guess my Lufia 2 is cursed in this specific in this specific marathon and going over estimate, because this will be the second time running Lufia 2 and the second time going over probably. I mean, we could get the GOT run. We could just get through easily, not have to deal with that, but we'll just blame Gady's percent exactly. Oh, what? Nice controller input there. So yeah, this movement is really precise, and sometimes my controller has the problem of messing up a left and up input, moving me into the wrong direction sometimes, and well, that can be the result of it. This has definitely been a brutal run so far, I'd say that much. At least I got that movement correct. Easy skip. That actually does skip a room, so it's a really nice little skip. We're going to kill off these kobolds, and with that we're pretty much going to move on to get the crown and move back into the dungeon that we were at. Yeah, all did die in the first turn this time around. We even got a long knife drop too, so convenient little set. I mean, I've pretty much explained all of this already, so go ahead and read a donation if you want.
Okay, so we got a €5 donation from Indy with the comments saying, "Good luck to Crrool and all the other runners. Really enjoying the idea of BSG, and I hope I can join you next time. Mandatory greetings from Germany." Thank you for that wonderful donation.
So yeah, with that, we're going to move on. We're going to pick up that crown. And with that, we're finally out of this place, and we can move on to the dungeon we were at. We're at this place like a good 20 minutes later than I'm supposed to be, but we'll somehow make do. We'll have to go really fast to make this up, I will say that. Sonic couldn't, but Magus probably could. Absolutely. So yeah, there are a few places, like, like I said, it is not completely done, but I'm gonna have to get a really solid run if I want to go under still. Okay, didn't get an encounter there at least. Gonna move into the Aloon's Northwest Dungeon. You saw me equip it this time. Should we really double check? I did, yes. I did it immediately as I bought the mini shield this time, so that should be equipped. Also, mini shield doesn't actually kill you if you don't equip it. It's just a time loss if you do. The thing is, because of the manipulation, if you do not have the mini shield equipped, Tia will take a little bit more damage, but she won't actually die because she only gets one hit on her. So the mini shield itself isn't the thing that kills you, it's just a time loss if you forget it. Looks like the Moth is going to troll a little bit this time around. Obligatory safety miracle, which, I mean, it didn't end up saving my life last time, but who knows, who knows. I will say, all of my practice runs did not have Tarantula Manip, and we will have that this time. So if we pull that off, that's going to save a few minutes in and of itself. Going to possibly push us back to the time that I want it to be again. At least by a little bit. So we're going to drop the water levels one more time. And I promise this is the last time we will need to do that, because if something goes wrong in one of the upcoming 2 bosses again, I will resort to my safety save. Because that's what those are for, just so that we can at least continue through the non-manipulated part of the run. Okay, so I bonged into the wall there, so I won't need to slash my sword. It's all good. I will check my equip here. Looks good. So with that, let's show off the boss as it's supposed to be done. And show off the key skip. Okay, let's not make this same mistake twice. We have the... So I guess I get to show you guys, at the very least, how powerful this new equipment is going to be. Last time you saw me do it, and you saw how little damage I dealt without the Catfish Jewel. Just look at what the Catfish Jewel can do. We've got 6 boomers, that's fine. So now that we have that, he is going to wake up here, he's going to start attacking Maxim, but that's actually fine because I need the IP. Basically, IP, what that is, it's a bar that fills as you take damage. I'm not completely sure what it is in the English version. I only know the Dutch word for it, so... okay, let's see if we can get the 5-turn kill. We did not. It's fine if we don't get the 5-turn here. That just means I have to throw these 2 boomers and he'll die here. The Dutch word is raaskracht. Yeah, no, it's not intellectual points though. It's named after some Japanese word. So that chest, that blue chest right there, that actually has the key to this next door, the door here. And I guess I forgot to skip that, or I forgot to pick that up as well. I guess I'm really starting to choke today. Let's just see if we can continue at least though. So yeah, it turns out that key is not actually a requirement. A German runner of this game, Voltas, he actually forgot it in one of his runs and decided to continue and figured out that that is not actually the thing required for you to open the door. Instead, the boss is the requirement. 8 carry points, that sounds about right, yeah. I knew it was something like that, but I didn't know exactly what it was, so 8 carry points, that sounds right. So yeah, in here, now that we're actually continuing the story, granted we're a little late, but that's okay. We're going to meet up with Guy. Yes, this guy is actually named Guy. As well as the girl we helped in the shrine. It turns out she's actually the innkeeper here, and Guy, that's her little brother. And well, he's supposedly a very strong fighter, so we're gonna go for a fight real quick. Tough hide, gotta make sure to equip that. We're gonna sell that. We're gonna sell that Catfish Jewel again. As powerful as it was, it also happens to sell for 20k. It's quite a lot of money for a 1 in 8 drop there. There we go. Gonna buy the remaining heals. Gonna buy a few of those. Sorting my inventory, and we're gonna talk to Guy. We're gonna get into a little bit of a fight here. Let's see how strong this guy it really is. So just as we try to start the fight, it turns out monsters have entered town, and the town is under attack. So we see some of these companions, the companions of Kamu, enter town and pretty much just attack us right off the bat. We're gonna throw some big boomers here. See how hard these guys really are. So yeah, that was that mini-boss. That was the companions. Easy, right? Yeah, it's almost too easy. So Kami is going to escape out of town, so we're going to continue our match. And then this kid comes running towards, and it turns out Kamu actually kidnapped Hilda and went and took her into the southeast tower. So we're going to have to rescue Hilda here. So let's go do just that. So we're gonna do a quick formation swap here. Good menu. So this is a somewhat tricky dungeon. This is the Tanvel Southeast Tower. We actually need to go through this place 2 times. And there are a lot of little movement things we can do that saves little like frame saves almost. Little movement optimizations I can do. There's one mandatory fight here other than the boss. That's this guy. I get 4 of them, which is actually lucky. That skips a fight later on. Believe it or not, that actually saves time. Yes, we need Guy. That level up you saw just now on Guy, we need to have that level up. Otherwise, he will die during this next boss fight, and that completely messes everything up. Basically, during this next boss fight, I'm going to manipulate it so that Guy survives the fight with 2 or 3 HP. That's all he will have left at the end there. And that bit there is just to manipulate him having exactly that HP. But if he doesn't get the level up, he doesn't get enough experience and he would die. So I can do a little frame-perfect trick here. It saves literally 1 step. Got it! Second try, so I actually lost time, but that doesn't matter. By pressing the switch, on the same frame I start moving left, I take 1 step to the left before it starts moving down. There's a few places in the run where we get to do that. That is the first one. I'm going to try to show it off as many times as I can. It is a frame-perfect trick, which saves very, very little time, but it's just really cool to be able to do. It saves, I think it's like 6 frames if you pull it off first try. It's 30 FPS, but it might be less even. I don't even know. It's literally 1 step. I don't know how many frames that is. So here I can do one little move to the left. I bonked into the wall left there once to make sure I wouldn't hit that scorpion. That's another one of those little things we can do here. And then there's a little bit of RNG in this next room, and then we're going to move on to the next manipulation. And this is probably... Okay, we got good RNG from the crab. So this is execution-wise the hardest manipulation. We're going to step on the save flash here, and we're going to move on all the way to the boss, and you'll see that's quite a stretch. You have to do this perfectly, pretty much. It's somewhat lenient. If I make one misstep, it's usually not the end of the day. But it is really, really dangerous, and I need to be really, really careful in these rooms. Looks like the crab movement was correct, so we can move on towards the boss. Basically, I'm manipulating this boss to be a 5-turn fight, which is incredibly fast for this boss. He's got 1500 HP, which is 3 times as much as the last boss had. He does, however, have the added bonus that he has a weakness to lightning, so we can use that kukri to deal some extra damage. So let's see what he's going to pull off here. Buster Attack, that's still good. Buster Attack is his AoE move. Big Boomer, Thunder Blast, Flash. We're going to try to do this entire fight without healing as well. That's where why this fight is so hard. And if we do it perfectly, we will survive on like barely any health, but we will survive. So that sleep stinger he did, that can put a character to sleep, which we manipulated it not to do. So you can see Tia barely surviving that hit right there. So he's going to do a physical attack on the next hit on Guy. He's going to survive the hit, but you can see how little health he has left there. 2 HP, Big Boomer, Flash, and that should kill him off. But you can see how close that fight is right there. So yeah, that's Camu. That is a clutch fight. A clutch fight if I've ever seen one, but we won regardless. So, as we kill him, he locks the door here, and he actually locks it with a spell, so we can't actually open it. Neither Maxim or Tia has strong enough magic to open the door. And he's gonna collapse the tower with us inside. However, just as we do, Iris runs in, and she warps us out. Now, you may have noticed that there were 3 chests behind Camu. We're actually going to go back in and get those chests. That makes the Gades % part a little bit easier. It'll make the next boss significantly easier. We're actually going to go try to 3-turn this next boss fight, which is really, really difficult. It's quite risky. That's why I have the safety save after the next boss. That's why I prepared for that one specifically and not for the one that we died on earlier. This next boss actually, like, if you mess it up, you get 3 turns, and you can be like a few hit points off of killing him, not getting the kill, and that can just screw you over pretty badly. It is recoverable, but it's pretty hard to recover from. So yeah, there's 3 chests in total that we need to pick up over the course of this next dungeon. One that in an any % glitchless run in normal mode we would have gotten earlier, because we could have with the manipulation, but because of the manipulation in retry, we couldn't actually pick that up just now. That's the Fury helmet. So we'll try to get that. So I'm gonna have to get the other set of notes open for this next boss fight, because we're about to come up on a second boss, and I need to do a very specific heal before then. So I gotta make sure that I get that out of the way. So this next segment is all very, very precise because of how the manipulation works out. We basically want to set it up in such a way that we can get 2 Fire Blasts, which is the most powerful attack you can use on this next boss, off in 2 turns. Or in 3 turns, basically meaning he has to pretty much almost kill Guy in the span of 3 turns, yet not actually kill him. Hope I can get them up in time. Come on, Crab. Okay, Dutch, can you do something for me? Can you take my iPad and go to Discord? Because I know I have that specific fight in Discord as well. I mean, it's kind of... yeah, no, it's in a PM with Saito, but it's like if I have it up here, I can see like I need to know what I need to do when I return. I thought I had saved that in my notes. Okay, Saito, ZNT Saito. So So this is the first chest that we're going to pick up. We're going to move this, these blocks like this. And that's going to unlock a secret door. That's going to have the Fury helmet in it. There should be a little note about how I need to... Or you can probably just give it to me. I can probably see that just fine from here. Bit of an awkward setup like this, but it should be fine. Please don't. And okay, he actually did not troll me. Instead, he just literally sent it to me. But he did not send the heal. I know the heal though. Spell from her AoE, and then 1 on each, and then escape out. So that should do it. So we're going to go into this place, and Clementa, we would go on to the next city, but the gate is locked, and the only one that is, they need permission from this guy, the richest guy in town, Richie, to unlock the door. And he notices, you know, we're quite strong adventurers, and he offers us a great reward if we can find the ruby apple, which is supposedly hidden in this next cave. It's kind of the treasure of town, so to speak. So, I mean, we might as well. We've got nothing better to do, right? Except for maybe beat the game, but... So we're gonna not do most of the stuff in this dungeon. Basically, this dungeon is pretty straightforward. There's this one puzzle that we have to do in order to get the key. All of the other chests, however, we're just gonna skip them. We're not gonna bother with them. They take too much time. Gonna stun that skeleton a few times to make sure that we don't actually get into a fight with him. Gonna equip the fire dagger on him to make sure that I don't have the jute helmet. He needs to not have the jute helmet, otherwise he will not get enough IP. We're gonna go down here. Step onto the safe. This is always a really scary fight. Actually, hold on, I did that wrong. That's the normal mode manipulation that I went for. Let's not do normal mode. Okay, that's looking good. That should be good. So we're gonna blaze attack, and you'll see why that move is so powerful. Attack, Battle Lust. Attack, Big Boomer, Battle Lust. Hold on, switch the two of them. Big Boomer, Fire Dagger, Defend. I know, right? I know, right, M3? So this is what I meant with, you know, you sometimes don't get the kill, which is completely fine. Because that's the fight. That is the Tarantula. Okay. That is all but one hard part of the game down, at least for the not Gades fight. But before Gades, we can actually save, so... there's one manipulation that I still need to do before we can save, but this is the easiest manipulation, and we can retry it as many times as we need to. So it turns out that the ruby apple, it broke during the fight, and that's kind of weird because rubies are really, really strong usually. And it turns out that thing was actually made of glass, and the glass shop owner of the town, who's supposedly in a lot of debt, he was actually the one who made those ruby apples, or the red glassed apples a long time ago, one of which he has, which he's going to give to us, and one of which he sold in Narcissus a very long time ago to some strange guy that somehow ended up here. I'm going to just take that heal just to make sure that I won't die somewhere along the way. Going to take the warp to Clemento. Now, I gotta remember to actually buy one more thing before we head out. That's the spell we need for the Gades fight. So we're gonna have to get that as we go out of this place. Should be fine, though. It's not that hard to get. So, Richie, he gets us all of that money, and we move over to Jaffe, and we're gonna actually just give him the money. We're like, well, I mean, you made that apple. Somehow, you ended up in that cave, you tried to get it. I mean, we might as well do a good job. He is not going to accept that money from us, though. So instead, he's going to sell us an earring for an insane amount of money, which is basically going to put him out of debt for the rest of his life. Like, he is completely home free right now. I'm going to buy Bravery. That's a spell that boosts my defense, which is going to be important if we're going to try to kill Gordov and Gades, because that fight is ridiculously difficult. And with that, we're going to move on towards the next town. And as we enter town, we see this little cutscene. This girl, Lemmy, she's kind of being teased by these boys. They're going to throw a rope her way and that they made look like it was a snake, and they kind of make her cry. So Selen comes up and he scares the boys away, and he tells Lemmy, you know, you should stop crying. It's not right for you to cry, and you shouldn't show your tears so easily. So she's gonna go back into the castle. You know, just gets to show who she is. We'll see her again soon. First and foremost, though, I'm gonna do some shopping here. Gonna make sure that I buy everything I need. 2 blue berets, a bronze helmet, a stone helmet, a kite shield on Guy. That's all equipment to get that set up for that Gades fight that we're going to do. I'm also going to buy Regains. Regains basically reviving a dead party member up to 100 HP. And we're going to enter Parcelite Castle, and we see Selen right here, and we see her in combat with one of these soldiers, and she just knocks him out of the park pretty much. This is the first time where we get to see that she is an incredibly powerful character. She is really, really strong. And the guys basically just comment not only on her skill, but also on her look. She's supposedly really, really beautiful as well. Tiang being a little jealous here. Tia BT, I suppose. And we're gonna go talk to the king. Now the king has already heard from us. He tells us that, you know, the king of Aloons, he actually told him about the help he got in returning the crown. I mean, I guess taking the crown back to the king 2 times definitely got the word out there. So at least we've got that going for us. And he tells us that there is supposedly this treasure sword in the treasure sword shrine that he's going to ask us to get. Selen is like, I mean, me and my soldiers, we can get that sword. We don't need to rely on these strangers. But the king, he commands Selen to join us. And she's actually being forced under our command, so we're now in charge. Quick introduction, Selen just acting real tough, like, you know, I'm just coming with you because the king ordered me to. So now we're gonna come up on the last of the manipulations that I need to do, and this is a little bit of a tricky one, but it shouldn't be too difficult to pull off. So we're gonna go into the church. I'm gonna flash the save here. That seems a little strange, possibly. We're gonna walk out of town. Okay, my controller did not help there. That's the advantage of this, though. Like, I can try it as many times as I need to. Yeah, obviously. Gotta blame something, right? Okay. Hope I don't healed too much earlier, but it should be fine. So we're going to Gale these encounters. They're going to get some of those sparks off here. So these guys, they're like the metal slimes of Lufia. They gave a crazy amount of experience right there. And we are going to make use of that right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, perfect. That obviously has a reason, because we get some more here. This basically boosts us by about 7 levels, just from these couple of encounters. That is interesting. I'm supposed to kill more than the one. What's my level at? Level 20. Okay, I'm gonna take a bit of a safety route here. That's okay. This is completely fine because I can set it up for 2 more cores. That will guarantee that I have the levels. I don't want to play it too close right here. Exactly. It's not like we have. So yeah, with these cores dead as well, we now have like enough experience that we should not die to anything anymore. This is where the dangerous part of the run is over. Took a little bit longer than usual, but that's okay. I probably should have gone for the kill on that one, but whatever. We don't need the experience, though. And this next... the fact that we're going to kill Gord of Engades, that's going to give me so many levels that there is really nothing we need to worry about anymore. For a comparison, normally Gades gives about 20... or about 50,000 experience. Because of this being retry mode, he's going to give us 200,000 experience from the one fight. Which is more than enough to get us through the game. Normally, already, you wouldn't really need to grind anything. Even in normal mode, where we don't get the 4 times as much experience, we do not actually ever stop to level grind. Except for when you would do something like Gord of Engades. It's kind of unfortunate he moved like that. But I need to either stun him, or he needs to be in a position that I can fairly safely pass him. That's going to get us the key. Clearly it is. It's in a green chest too. That is one of the only green chests in the game. For some reason in Shrines, that chest got messed up. So yeah, had we not done the manipulation up to the Tarantula, and this is just to quickly explain why we need to manipulate that part. The main reason is that if I would not have manipulated up to Tarantula, I couldn't have done the core manipulation. If I had saved anywhere, I wouldn't have been able to do it. And not being able to do core manip is, as you might be able to imagine, a very, very big time loss there. We can, for once, skip that ring. That ring is not normally the one that I can skip, but because of the items that we have, we are actually... And since we do actually kill off Gord of Engades, we don't actually need it this time. That ring is only skippable if you kill Gord of Engades, so if the incentive had not been met, I would have gone into a secret room there and grabbed a hidden ring. So this is a puzzle that I got stuck on as a kid for months. Basically, the little things in the corner, they tell me how many moves I can make with each of the colors. And this last one, you have 3 moves and you need to get everything yellow. That pattern is the only way to do that. That or reversed or like flipped versions of it. Okay, let's make a safety save because we finally can. Let's double check my equipment. Strongest on him. Strongest. Fire dagger. Undead ring. Tia strongest mini shield, strongest mini shield. That should do. And we're gonna get into a fight with these guys, the clowns. Always clowns, you know it. So this first fight, this is probably my favorite clown fight. So we're gonna just fight these guys, and we're gonna see what they're gonna do. Each of them have 1200 HP. So we're just gonna kill off this first one, then move on to the second one, so that we can pick up the treasure sword. That is frame perfect mashing, by the way. You can do that by holding L. It's a neat little safety strat where if I have the menu set up in a specific order that I can just hold the keys, I can just do that. Skips having to actually menu. So yeah, that's the first clown. And he's back, because clowns are there to haunt you. I mean, any proper clown would, right? So we're going to kill off the other clown now. Let's see what happens when we kill off this guy. I'm going to go for a little bit of a risky strat here. In that I'm going to use the Colt Rapier IP from Maxim on the first turn here. That is going to deal a lot of damage, but it does make the second fight a little bit more risky. But, you know, since we were already so far behind, I should probably take a little bit of a minor risk. This is not something that's not recoverable, by the way. This is... So if something does go wrong, we can recover no problem. That too, we also saved, so we're fine. But basically, I'm going to try to 2-turn this boss. Depends a bit on the rolls. Did not get that, but he will die on the next turn. So we defeated him, and, well, he's back at it again. So this is looking pretty bad. If we can't kill those clowns, that's going to be a problem. And then as we try and to go for a third round, Selen stops us, and she's like, I may have heard of this monster. You may have noticed how they look identical, except for, like, their clothes. What she suspects is that they are actually two halves of the same monster, and you cannot kill them unless the other half dies at the same time. So we basically are now forced into killing both of these at the exact same time. But because that wasn't possible, because let's be fair, it's a game from 1995 or something, we're instead just going to do 2 fights and the party is going to split up. So these bolts are actually good. I need enough Akari points on Maxim so that he can do another Glacial Blast, preferably this turn, which I can. Perfect. That should get me the kill here. Gonna take the strong just to make sure nothing goes wrong. Glacial Blast. Did not see that's what that is for. Gonna go for the Gale. So I had exactly enough IP too. If I had been any lower, it would not have been enough. The Gale here should now kill. I'm surprised it didn't. Okay. That's okay. We got through the fight. Let's actually do proper safety strats here. So, Guy in this fight, it's fine if he takes damage. He has so much health at this point. There isn't really anything he's going to be able to do to Guy. So we're just going to use Guy to attack while we have Selen restore herself. The main reason for doing that is getting up that IP, making sure that I have enough for the Gades fight, because Gades is going to be a tough fight, and it is coming up, by the way, it's going to be the next boss. Once we've killed this clown, the next boss will be Gordovan Gades, so this is what you guys have been donating for. Let's get a really, really solid Gades fight. Gades can be a troll in every single way. We're going to do it non-manipulated too, just to make it a little bit more interesting. But... you know, I've got plenty of experience with the fight, so we should be able to do this. The faith from this guy right here. Thank you, Zeta. Thank you for that vote of confidence there. So yeah, we kill both of the clowns at the same time. They actually die, and that unlocks the door. No more clowns. We've gotten rid of them. They are not going to haunt us any longer. For comparison, we're about, I want to say about 18 minutes behind what I would normally be at, so... So yeah, we got the treasure sword. That's what we were here for. We're going to warp out. We saw Tia just now a little bit doubting her decision. Guy kind of picked up on that. We're going to make a quick stop in Aloons one more time. Yes, we actually go back here again. I know. But this time we're going to go to the casino. And we're going to buy these statues. So these statues, they may look very trivial, but you'll see very, very soon why I want to have all of those statues. Trust me, this statue is like the most overpowered item in the game, especially this early on. So we're going to talk to the king. We're going to give him that treasure sword. And this is now finally that point in the game where we're going to kind of get to hear what this story is actually about. I mean, we've already known that there is supposedly some evil that we need to destroy. But as we talk to the king, we hear about a messenger comes running in, and he tells us that the neighboring town of Gordovan has been completely obliterated by one person. Nobody has actually died, everybody is fine, but the entire town is destroyed by a single man. And this is where we're going to see what this guy is all about, and it's going to kind of give us the setup for the entire rest of what we're going to be doing throughout the game. So we already know Iris, we already know that we need to save the world from something. This is the first time that we're going to see what we actually need to save the world from. So Selen, she's going to join our party. She's going to take the lead. She at first suggests she will go to the tower herself, taking like only 3 soldiers with her. We say, well, it's way too dangerous. Your soldiers are not ready for this. We instead are going to join you on this quest. Gonna heal up to full because we will need that health. Got 122 HP on Selen, so that's really good. I need at least 120 to make this next fight safe. We've got 119 on Tia. That's kind of cutting it close, but it should be fine. Ideally, I want to be over 120, but 119 should be enough. That shouldn't give me any trouble in general. I will quickly do that. We're going to sort our inventory, get the statues high up. So this guy, he was on the button. I should have stunned. I realized too late that he was on the correct spot, and so I tried walking one down to still stun him, but it was too late at that point. That guy is called the Gatekeeper because he can literally stay off of the button for like a full minute before he actually gets on, and that he can just randomly waste a full minute. It rarely happens that it takes that long. It's very uncommon, but it can happen. I think the most I've ever lost to him is about like 25 to 30 seconds, just because that guy did not want to get on the stairs. We're also going to get this item, the hook shot, and this is a very, very useful item. It's probably the piece of equipment we'll use the most. It's also kind of broken in a lot of ways. There is a sound glitch that can happen. If it does, it means I have to hard reset the console. So let's hope that doesn't happen, but it usually involves the hook shot. Remember those frame-perfect walking movement tricks that I did earlier, by the way? Yeah, we're going to do another one here. There is another one right over here, and we got it. First try. That is frame-perfect. It saves only a handful of frames, but let's go. We got the skip. So the nice thing about the hookshot is that the movement using the hookshot is really, really fast. We generally already needed to solve a lot of these little puzzles. But the fact that, you know, the hookshot is a thing here is just... I can hookshot across certain areas where I could also walk, but hookshotting is just slightly faster. Getting some minor time saves here and there. So this zombie, he's not going to get out of the way unless I hit them in a very specific order. You can actually just see the order by stepping on the button, but that would give a cutscene, and that's slow. Plus, I know the order by heart, so easy every time. So, are you guys hyped for what is probably the toughest boss of the game? I'm gonna go over my equipment a second time. The Francisca there, iron nail. Who has the iron? Okay, that looks fine. Go ahead with a donation while I do this this equipment real quick.
Okay, so we actually got a €1.05 donation from Stepahan, which is let's get 300, which actually pushed us to exactly €300 flat. So thank you so much for that awesome donation. And guys, keep the donations up, and let's actually beat our €500 total from last month. That would be awesome.
Dude, 300 already. What a god. So let's go. Here we go. Let's get into that fight that you guys have been donating for. My setup is correct. So this is by far one of the top, like, it's probably the second toughest boss in the game. This is not a fight you are supposed to win, but you can win it. I will point out a boss near the end of the run that is Gades again, but he has the exact same stats at this point. Yeah. But well, you'll see why. It's okay, we've got Bravery. I'm going to Bravery a second time. Mini shield there. He does the Destructo Wave. These first 2 or 3 turns are the most dangerous one because the girls are very, very, very close to dying here. We get the double Bravery off without actually having a character die. That is probably about as good as the first turn can go. Because that sets us up really well for the early part of this fight. We are not in the clear yet, though. Physical attacks can still kill me. But it's going to be a little bit harder now. We're going to do Statue. I'm going to get the Menace here. And we're going to double Battle Lust. Another Destructo Wave. Really, really solid start of this fight. So you can see how much damage that does. Pushing the girls pretty much as close as I can get them. 2 HP. Yeah, there you go. She's tanking this with absolutely nothing left. We're going to get that Menace off. And this is where I'm going to have to switch around a little bit. I do not have enough IP to do a second Menace, but I will have to do that. But instead, we're going to do a weak point. I'm going to have him use the Statue. I can start Battle Lusting up Maxim. 100. See, that is why that second Menace is so important there. That is fine though. We can recover from this just fine. We're far enough into the fight that we should be good. So we're going to get his defenses down with that. I'm going to Statue in combination with that Miracle we picked up. There it is. Miracle up Tia. Ooh, on the exact damage too. She has 122, and he did exactly 122. That is painful. That is rather unlucky, but that is okay, because we have regains for this. We came in prepared. Tia can't really do much right now, but that's okay. She's just gonna have to... I did not want to use the Statue with her, because that is very risky. Because at that point, I'm not guaranteed to get it off. So I'm going to Statue one more time with him, use the Menace. These girls are just going to have to do something for, you know, acting as if they actually did something. Because they don't have the IP to do anything, which is kind of annoying. But I've got most of the fight set up. I'll use a Bravery, I guess. She still deals like 23 damage. This guy has got 7.5k hit points, so 23 is like... It's absolutely nothing, but hey. We'll give her the benefit of the doubt, I suppose. So at this point, we can finally actually start attacking. No, we'll use the Statue with her, and I'll attack with her. See, at this point, we can actually start tanking something. So here we go. Let's do Gades. Like I said, 7,500 HP, which is as high as some of the final bosses of this game, just for the comparison. The sixth before last boss has as much health as this guy does. So a guy now having enough to do the second weak point there. Tia tanking it on 7 HP there. Let's go. So yeah, from this point on, it's a fairly straightforward fight. I'm gonna have to have someone use a statue every single turn. I'm gonna blaze attack and ice attack as much as I can, and I'm just gonna have Guy attack every single turn. So that sets that up. Cool rapier. So here comes the Destructo Wave. These Destructo Waves are fine when I'm low on IP, because I need the IP at some point. Tia's still tanking it with nothing at all. This is such a clutch fight right now. This is why I really like her to be over 120 in health, because it is kind of dangerous if she gets below that. Oh, that is unlucky. It's recoverable, but it's unlucky. Okay, so I'm going to attack with you. I'm going to statue with him. I'm going to use a regain with her. I checked for party order. Last turn, I actually looked at the party order because Selen at a lower level is actually slower than Maxim. But at this level, that's not the case anymore. Attack, attack, statue, attack. So yeah, back when we were routing this fight, because there is actually a separate category for this, Kill Gordiv and Gades. We're quite a bit off of the record of that one. I'm about 20 minutes off of my PB on that, which, I mean, it's okay. Yeah, that'll pretty much do that. We would have been like, it would have probably been like a 106 Gades % without that death. So it's actually, that's not actually bad. That would have been 2 minutes off of my PB, which for this category, not manipulating this part, is actually really solid. So I've definitely, over my practice run that I did yesterday, I've made up probably about 3 minutes between the death and here. So I've definitely caught up a little bit. We'll see whether it'll be enough, though. But yeah, when we were routing this, we actually have a manipulation for this fight as well. When we were routing that manipulation, my sole purpose in this fight was to keep Tia alive, which I actually succeeded at. It ended up being a manipulation that was about 20 seconds slower, but it did get you through the fight. I think everybody except Guy and Tia would die, but it was an interesting manipulation. That was the first manipulation completed as well, after which the faster one was completed like half an hour later, so it didn't last very long. We didn't finish a single run with it, but, you know, part of that, like, I gotta give that shout outs to Tia on that one. So we should be getting close to a kill here. I will note, getting this boss down does actually have a benefit, which will come into play in one of the later boss fights. It is going to be amazing to watch. It's one of the next bosses. Do stick around for that boss, because it's going to be a lot of fun to just see that. Yeah, you've seen it, right? You've seen that we do that fight the same way in the 100% category. It is. So yeah, that is what you donated for. We did the kill. 200,000 experience and gold. Just look at this leveling screen. We'll be here for a while, by the way. This leveling screen is approximately 40 seconds. Okay, it was a little bit faster because I got an extra core, but we get the Gades Blade. That is the item you want to look for in a Ancient Cave run, which is a different category of this game. But that pretty much get the hard boss out of the way. He does actually kill us because we're not actually supposed to beat him, so they programmed it in that he would still, you know, quote-unquote beat you. The thing is, though, The thing is, though, there are a few differences, because by actually beating him, my IP right now on several of my characters is full. And that is going to make a huge difference for the next major boss fight. We've got one mini boss fight in between, but for the next major boss fight, that is going to be huge. And you will see why, and that is going to be amazing. It's going to be very hype, and that is impossible to do if you do not get this do not get this fight. So this is just one part of what I want to show as a result of you guys meeting that donation incentive. There is another segment to it, which is just the cherry on the cake, honestly. And Captain, you can confirm that for me. It really is, isn't it? So yeah, we're going to go back to the king. We're going to report that we've beaten Gades. Well, not really, because he actually beat us after that. He's incredibly strong. We kind of overestimated ourselves. And this guy, he comes in running with the best text in the game, by the way. He comes in running saying, "Is there a guy here?" After which Guy, who's supposedly, you know, since he's named Guy, he's going to actually join the messenger. It turns out his sister, who was back in Tanbel, she actually got pretty sick. She got a relapse from her you know, her being kidnapped earlier. So he's gonna go home real quick. He's gonna take care of his sister. And we're just going to move on with just the 2 women in our party. At this point, it's just going to be Maxim and the girls. So they tell us here that we have to go to Merrick's next, which we should be able to go through now, now that Gades is gone. And we are going to hunt down Gades because, you know, we need to get rid of something that dangerous, that difficult, that strong, that annoying. We just beat him. We didn't kill him. That's the thing. We will kill him though. No, we will actually kill him. So I'm gonna menu flash a bit more often here because there are a few encounters that are actually faster than me, and they are a real pain. So we're gonna go to the shop here. I'm gonna buy a few pieces of equipment real quick. I'm going to check my boomers. I have enough. We're going to buy 2 Gladiuses and a Quash for Selen. And we're going to make a quick stop in here to buy a quick spell, being Fireball also for Selen. Fireball will come into play in a mini-boss coming up fairly soon. Those Gladiuses, we don't really need them as much because of a trick that we're going to do very soon. But there are still a few places where having them is going to be beneficial, so do want to bring those along. And we enter the bridge, or the cave bridge, and which is probably supposed to be bridge cave, but whatever. And it turns out there's a lot of monsters attacking this guy that's trying to repair the bridge, so he hasn't actually gotten around to actually repairing it. So we're gonna have to go into the dungeon and try to find the source of these monsters. So we're gonna go down here. Really difficult dungeon. As you can see, no monsters at all, and we run into a dead end. And Tia, she decides to start walking around, and she actually falls down. Selen immediately jumping afterwards because, you know, it's kind of dangerous for her to be alone, and she is just in time to beat that monster. She's like, well, okay, just don't jump down without, or don't look around like that without, you know, us being ready to do something. You know, don't be so careless. We're kind of get mad at her, and then Selen falls down in a similar fashion, and we are immediately going to jump after her. Selen having already killed the monster by the time we get down. So Tia, she's starting to notice that there might be something going on between us and Selen here, and she's kind of worried about that. So this is I'm not even going to call this a mini-boss. It's just a random encounter that's in the way that respawns after a few steps. It's not even worth calling a boss. Yeah, that was the fight. We're going to destroy that orb, and that's going to allow us to move on to the next dungeon. Or onto the... Come again? Yeah, that was a really hard mini-boss, wasn't it? So yeah, that gets that out of the way. We got good RNG there, and good RNG on that room can actually save like half a minute right there. So definitely helpful to have gotten that. We run into the Bound Kingdom, and we're going to meet up with what is probably going to be our next target, our next villain that we're going to have to fight. As soon as we run into the village, some guy decides to attack the entire castle. He sends a lot of monsters, and this guy, you may have seen him 2 BSGs ago. I believe it's 2 BSGs ago, or last BSG, one of the two. Might have actually been last BSG, Lufia 4. But you may have remembered him from Lufia 4 if you were here back then. This is Decker. He was in Lufia 2 as well, or Lufia 4 as well. And he's kind of like the strongest warrior in this castle. So he, in one blow, pretty much destroys all of these monsters. Idura being like, well, I'm not, like, he's going to just escape. He's just going to run away. And he's going to tell us that, you know, we're going to pay for this. But, we're not too scared. Right after that, the prince coming to move out as well. He notices the monster that's attacking this castle, and he decides to defeat the jelly, because that was the only thing that was still there. He expected that to be the big monster attacking the castle. He's like, Decker, you've got nothing on me. So let's go meet up with Decker here. See what kind of guy this is. And he challenged us to a duel, but we're kind of tired. I mean, we just fought a really, really difficult mini-boss. You may have remembered that. That was a hard fight, all right. So we are really tired, so we're not going to fight him right now. We're just going to do some quick introductions. I'm going to introduce him to the ladies behind us. Tia, our childhood friend, and Selen, the Parcelite warrior. He's already heard a lot about Selen, about that she is tough as nails. So, you know, he's going to kind of sweet talk, kind of going to flatter her a bit, but it's not going to work on someone like Selen. Now, as soon as we run into the throne room, because we've basically been talking to kings all the time, so we might as well talk to one more, we hear about a messenger coming in that says that Idura has escaped into the North Labyrinth, and the prince, he's gonna go fight Idura, and Decker is gonna secretly walk behind him, actually doing the fighting so that the prince doesn't get hurt. Because that is a really smart strat, having the prince go into risky places, not realizing that he is not strong enough for this. So we're going to go into this into the north dungeon here. There is a little bit of a detour that I'm going to make here to get a Thunder Ring. That's going to come into play during one boss fight later on, so I want to get that right here. And from there on, we can just move through the dungeon. I will say, I don't think we've actually mentioned this at any point, but there is another thing I can pick up here, a fifth party member, so to speak, a capsule monster. There are 7 of those over the course of the game that you can find in various places. The problem with those capsule monsters is they're really, really slow. They generally get before you, while you want to run away or something. They can just be a real hassle, but casually, this is probably one of the most helpful ones. For a speedrun, this is probably one of the worst ones. It's the healing capsule monster. Unless you're running the Ancient Cave, then you should definitely take this one, because it is obviously the best one. And I will certainly be taking that next week during the Ancient Cave tournament. I mean, it's free points. It's a lot of free points, because nobody's going to go for that, because nobody is that insane. Pearl Brace. The Pearl Brace there is actually really important. Basically, what the Pearl Brace does is it prevents paralyzation, and this next boss fight can paralyze characters. And it would be kind of a dumb way to die, especially because of the level we have. Because let's be fair, I'm pretty much on a casual level right now. This is the kind of level you would expect from a casual player. Yeah, I might even be over-leveled for a casual at this point. So, I mean, I'm not going to worry about it. So these are 2 very straightforward fights. The first one, what we're going to do is I'm going to Big Boomer. I'm going to heal with Tia, and we're going to Fireball all of them. In a normal run, I would only have fireballed 3 of them, so that I have a turn to heal, but because of the level, we really don't need that. While we kill off this guy, I guess you guys can read a quick donation.
Okay, so we actually got a €30 donation from Don Fillerup, who's actually a member of Awesome Space, and his comment was, "Woohoo! Lufia 2 is one of my favorite SNES games. This game is incredible. Awesome to see it here at this BSG. I'm voting for the Pokemon Red Blue rival to become douchebag, if possible.
Nice.
Good luck with the run, Crrool." Thank you very much for that donation, which pushed us very close to €350.
So yeah, this second boss fight is pretty straightforward as well. This time I'm going to Big Boomer with both of them, because one of the two can get paralyzed, and I need that damage. Normally I'd only Fireball on 2, because if one gets paralyzed, I don't get the kill on any of the 3 if I use the Fireball on all 3. However, because of our level, I will regardless, so I just went with a Fireball, get a bit of a quicker fight there. Yeah, I mean, it is a turn. It does save like 8 seconds or something. It's not like we lost 18 minutes before. I might as well try to save those 8 seconds back. Every bit does count, and this next dungeon is going to determine a lot, because this next dungeon I can either save or lose 2 minutes. And if I save that time, then we're slowly but steadily crawling back up. It is. There's a lot of RNG in this next dungeon, especially that boss. It's going to be a really hard boss. So before anything else, there is one really important menu I need to do here. Before we go off, I'm going to equip her with a Thunder Ring. And I'm going to go to the equipment of T and I'm going to remove everything. That seems really weird. You'll see very soon why I needed to do that. But I just want to mention that we do unequip everything there for a reason. Which will become clear in, I want to say, about 15 to 20 minutes. One thing I should check, yes, Anger Brace is on him, perfect. So as soon as we enter, the guard at the gate, he tells us that Gades actually came in and had a conversation with the king. He told the king, it wasn't even negotiations or anything. He told the king. I'm sorry, bit of a cough there, but he told the king that he's going to destroy Bound Kingdom and he's going to sink Sime Island. Sime Island being the island that Parcelite is on. So it was more of a warning than anything else. He's just going to flat out destroy several places. Now, we decide, for the girls, this will be too dangerous a job, especially considering they can never defeat somebody like Gades, like they've already done before. So Decker instead is going to join us, and they're going to send the girls to Parcelite to warn the people, make sure that everybody gets to safety in case something goes wrong, because we clearly cannot defeat Gades here. Guy, just in time, returning back, and that gets us a party of 3 guys. Kinda. No pun intended there, by the way. But yeah, if I wouldn't have had the Gades Blade, I would have picked up the Mind Ring earlier to boost my healing for this next boss. The Mind Ring having the option to use to cast Stronger in battle, because neither of these 3 are particularly good healers. They're all physical damage dealers mostly, so we're gonna have to find a way to deal with supposedly a really difficult boss, Gades, which, I mean, granted, we've beaten him before, but still, yet despite the fact that we're gonna have to try and kill him, we do not actually get a healer in the party, because that is a very smart idea. So we're gonna push this wall out of the way because we can. These pink pillars oh, see, that's what I meant with we can lose time here very easily. Big Boomer. But yeah, those basically the puzzle there is that wall is not a real wall, and if you push a pink pillar into the wall, you can push it away. The little plaque on the wall actually tells you that. I quickly also want to mention, since we're doing this dungeon is kind of special to me in that when I was a kid and I played this for the first time, I could not get through this dungeon. I was over-leveled even compared to these characters, and I am already over-leveled right now. And I just got stuck on a puzzle and I did not understand it. I will show off that puzzle in a little bit. But that puzzle has haunted me for years until, like, I believe like 2 or 3 years later, a friend of mine actually showed me how to do the puzzle because he somehow figured it out in like 15 minutes. It was really embarrassing. Captain, since you're sitting next to me, that friend would be Feke, so, you know, you know who I'm talking about. It's somebody who, the people that have been in my chat often will probably have seen him around. That's actually the guy that helped me get through that puzzle. After that, I'd beaten the game in like a day. Like, we played from that point on to the end in like one sitting because I wanted to beat that game. But I got stuck on there for so long, and we were crazy over-leveled, and we just did not understand why we couldn't do it. I will show off which puzzle exactly I mean in a little bit. Okay, hold on. I'm resetting that room. That RNG is not favorable in any way. That should work. The movement here is really precise to make sure you do not get hit by anything. Unfortunately, I miscounted my steps, so I got into an encounter with that one. But I want to get that pumpkin jewel out of the way. That's one of the chests we need to get. Yeah, and Captain, I mean, you know this game, and you're going to be surprised which puzzle I got stuck on for so long, but I just had to mention that. So shoutouts to Feke for actually getting me through this game as a kid. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You probably already figured out which one I'm talking about. Yes, this is going to be embarrassingly easy. Yeah. I mean, there's 2 hard puzzles in this game. There's one in Parcelite, which I've already showed before with the color block puzzle there. Oh, I struggled with that one for quite some time as well. I eventually got it, but that took a lot longer. I mean, there's World's Most Difficult Trick, of course, which is by far the hardest puzzle of the game. I considered possibly adding it in as an incentive, but I just never got the time to properly prepare that, so, you know. Plus, I mean, I guess in hindsight, it's probably a good idea that I went for not going for that. Even if I didn't die, you know, it probably wouldn't have been smart to do that. That puzzle, even if you know it, takes a good 3 to 4 minutes. There are people who can do it in less, but it's 100 and something steps, so it is really, really tough. We will quickly visit it. I will show off where you can find the hardest puzzle, which, by all means, feel free to try it out yourself, but no. Supposed to go through that door. That's fine, though. It's little movement things that can kind of screw you over here, but we recovered just fine. Resetting the room would have been slower, so I didn't want to go for that. Okay, so the second part here is that we're going to now enter the teleporter from the other side, ending us on these stairs. And we're going to pick up one chest here. And I'm going to actually have to make sure I look at my equipment very, very closely for this next part. Going to heal up to full, because we will need our full health. We're going to equip him the Gades Blade. I've got the Undead Ring. I've got that there. I've got the Gladius. Pfizer Shield I will equip after this. Normally I'd go Pfizer Shield rather than Anger Brace, but I need the Anger Brace for this next boss, because I told you, like, we would see for the next major boss we would get like the tip of the cherry on the cake for meeting that donation incentive just now, and well, that's going to be coming up very, very shortly, so there's going to be an incredibly fun fight. Before anything else, we're going to get through this part. This part is pretty easy to set up, but it's also really easy to mess up. Now, remember that puzzle that I couldn't get through yet? This one. I may have done them the wrong way around. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, it's... I know it's 3 and 5, but I never know which way around it is. It's not that big a deal because it loses very little time if you mess it up, but there's 2 plaques somewhere in the dungeon that tell you to cross your sword with the statue an X amount of times, which is supposed to be used on that. The thing was, the Dutch word they used for it is degen, which is like a very thin sword, which as a child I did not know what that was. So that didn't help. Because of that, I was never able to... It took me quite some time before I figured out, oh, they're talking about a sword? And then I still didn't get that was those statues for some reason, but like it really is... That's all there is to it. You have to look through the dungeon a little bit to find them, but they're really not that hard to find. I believe one of them is if I would have gone left or right at the start instead of just further into the cave. The other one I don't recall. Yeah, somewhere in a treasure room. It's not something important. But yeah, this is Gades. Once again, we're going to beat him a second time. You'll see how hard a fight it is. I mean, we had a rough time without healers. Imagine what this fight would be like with healers. Or other way around. Without healers, we're now going to have to do it without healers. I mean, you saw what it was with healers, so my bad. It's getting late, so yeah, we're going to buff his attack, and he's going to do Octo Strike, which is a special ability from the Gades Blade. It allows me to attack 8 times. Usually I would yell Octo Strike if this was my own stream, but, you know, for sake of not blowing up your ears. Also, this guy has 3,000 health, so we didn't even get the 8th hit off. That is Gades, everybody. That fight normally takes about 2 minutes, by the way. Not that much, but getting the incentive met means that fight becomes significantly faster, as well as completely without risk. Because I mean, we kill him in 1 turn anyway, nothing to worry about. So yeah, he's gonna make Sime Island sink. He's still gonna start setting the trigger for that. Now, I will show you why the second reason as well why I got stuck on that puzzle as a kid, because the tutorial or the guide that came with the game, which I actually had as a kid, had something about using a bomb on the blue statue and an arrow on the red one, and I thought it was referencing to those 2 statues over there. Story-wise, by the way, Tia and Selenj, they were too worried, so they came in here. Tia wants to come with us, but you know the corridor is open, so there's no way for her to do that. Or it's the other way around. It's the red one needs a bomb, so that one is over there. The blue one needs an arrow. So yeah, that's about it. That's all there is to that puzzle. So we're gonna move down here. Gonna have to be careful not to get hit by that guy. Nice, that's fine. These 2 need to match up. I bonked into the wall to the right because I was pushing right slightly too early, and then, yeah, well, whatever. Very minor loss. So yeah, we set off the trigger, and with that in mind, we're gonna now get the 1 break we kind of get in the run, except for we have to mash through it, so it's not really gonna be a break. So yeah, we set off the device. It pretty much almost kills us. Iris warping us back to safety, warping us into Parcelized. And we're going to get into a cutscene with Selen here. Selen comes running towards us, actually crying. And we're going to get that reference to earlier, where she told Lemmy not to cry. But these are tears of joy, and this is a good time for her to cry. You can call her magical waifu. I still vote Tia on waifu, honestly. Yeah, I mean, we'll get to Lufia when we get there. But yeah, Tia, seeing all of that, she's gonna move away. Decker gets into a conversation with her, and she explains a little bit of what she went through as a kid. Because of her name sounding so close to Tyr, she got teased a lot and she cried a lot. And Maxim at some point told her, you know, you need to not cry that easily because people are bullying you because of that. So ever since then, she worked on never crying again, and she has not cried since. Which has been quite a few years since already, and seeing Maxim run around like that, taking all those risks and being in combat all the time, she just can't bear that. So she's going to walk away. And not too long after, we're going to get a wedding. Because weddings are, you know, every good marathon will have at least one, right? At least in some game somewhere. I mean, we could do that in Harvest Moon next month, but I don't think we're going to go for marriage %, so there's that. Oh well. Mario does not ever actually end up marrying Peach. They do get the wedding cake, though. Is that close enough? It looks a little bit like it. It's a really fancy cake at that. Oh well. True, he did just save her from a fire-breathing turtle. That is true. But yeah, we get this wedding scene. Basically, this messenger, this guard, he's gonna run up to us and tell us, you know, there's monsters in the castle. And well, it turns out we were kind of already hiding our swords under our clothes, as it was, because we kind of feel naked without our weaponry on us. Yeah, wedding clothes off. And off to fight the monsters. Guy also joining us for the fight, you know, as he's trying to avoid the topic of marriage with his girlfriend. So yeah, it's all joyful times right there. And we're basically going to get a cutscene for every one of the seasons. Just a year of peace. We've killed Gades. Peace is back once more. It's good times. Captain, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for the support. And safe journey home. So yeah, in spring she cooked us an interesting meal, deep fried jelly. Much like the interesting meal we saw at the start with Tia. Summer, I mean, it's summertime, you gotta go to the beach, right? And supposedly Selen has a really interesting swimsuit. It's got some very tiny parts there. So she's got a one piece this year, so nothing too special going on there. Autumn, we're gonna move on to autumn, and it's beautiful, isn't it? So autumn is the perfect season for training. Note that blue guy, by the way, he can actually be on the spot where the guard ends up and they end up on top of each other. That can happen. It's fairly rare, but it can happen. He can also move through each other. But yeah, Selen just practicing, and they're kind of, Maxim kind of mentioning that, you know, she's incredibly strong, possibly even stronger than Gades. So they get into a bit of a fight, but, you know, just casual sparring around. Winter season, the season of love, and these two, I mean, they've been married for a year, and they just look back at that year, and Selen asking if Maxim still loves her. They're like, do I even still need to mention it? And a little more time passes, and Selen gets an heir, a baby boy called Jeros. So that, so you know, it's been a year of peace. They've been married, they've gotten a child, all seems good. Jeros is quiet tonight, but as soon as we get home, we hear some sound coming from the top floor, and it turns out Idura actually came in to kidnap our baby boy. So we are going to have to get him back, because we are not going to let Idura take our baby like that. Okay, sure, I guess. I was about to menu flash and then we got into course. Sure, that's more free experience. Not that we needed that at all, but I might as well. I mean, they're faster than me, so escaping, I mean, it's not really going to do much. Oh, come on, game. I'm getting really early encounters here. I need to quickly equip the Fiza shield. That's for added agility later, and the pumpkin jewel. So this is the North Lighthouse, and this is a really fun dungeon to do. It's not really a difficult dungeon in any means. It's a nice little puzzle dungeon. It has a lot of treasures, so casually this is a really cool dungeon to go through. Just all in all a fun dungeon. So next up we're coming up on a bit of a memory puzzle. So let's see if we can solve it. I gotta make sure I don't make that mistake. It's that one. So yeah, the answers are set, so we can just do that without mistake every single time. That is one of the few puzzles where I do actually need to look at my notes, though. It's probably the most basic of puzzles in the game, it being just a memory puzzle, but for some reason, like, I do always actually need to look at my notes for that one. So we're going to stun those horses. These horses are actually kind of annoying if I hit them, so we're going to try to avoid them as best we can. If I get too close to them, they'll follow me around until either I stun them or they end up hitting me. So I want to keep my distance here. We have exactly enough tiles to do that there. So see if you can spot which one are the black ones. Couldn't? Well, it's this one, and it's the one over here. And that gets us the key. I basically solved that with trial and error as a kid, by the way. That's probably the most reliable way to get through that. Because I do not see how you could ever see that. So we could go back, and that would get us back a few rooms, or we could just escape out of the dungeon, and we can just go back to the start and do the second part of the dungeon. It's actually faster to just completely leave the dungeon and go back in than it is to take the intended warp tile. There's a few dungeons where that's the case. This is the first one. Gotta make sure I go there. So I'm gonna do a neat little trick here. We could now go for the boss, but there's one chest that I want to get. In a normal mode run, we would manipulate for this item earlier on, and that would give the benefit of extra experience. Since we don't need it, we can just get it here. We get this B-Rock. B-Rock adds a lot of agility, so it's a really useful little item to get. And we're gonna give her the mini shield for the upcoming boss fight. With that, I think it's high time we move on to go kill Idora, because we actually still have yet to fight him. Let's see how hard he really is. Take that mandatory safety safe because it's a marathon, even though like nothing can go wrong on this fight. This is a really straightforward boss. So you're supposed to get all 4 of them on, but you can just do it like that. We meet up with Gyros. So Idora warps in and he tells us, you know, 1 step further and I'm going to kill your son. Because he has orders to kill our bloodline. And then Iris steps in, saves our baby boy, and we get into a fight with this guy. So I'm going to battle out, stop max him, get him some extra attack, and we're just going to... I have him on Fire Dagger. That's an interesting weapon. That is actually fine. I know why that is. And that actually doesn't matter much. Because I have the Glacial Blast on her. Maxim is supposed to have the ice weapon there, but it's not a big time loss to not have it on her, especially because that extra IP means we can just do 2 of those attacks. Get him like halfway down and turn 1. So the companion call is kind of like the worst thing he can do, because it means I need to use the Thunder Ring to use Bolt. Flash would not be enough to kill it consistently. Since I do not have enough for Bolt, that means we effectively have to waste a turn using Flash. Okay, I did get the kill. That's interesting. It might be that, like, huge amount of extra experience that we got that might actually give me the kill here. I am not used to kill that with Flash. But, I mean, I guess it's a good thing. Yeah, whatever. So yeah, that's Idora down. So he warps away just before we actually get to kill him. He is not dead right now. I want to emphasize on that. He just ran away. We meet up with Iris, and it turns out that since we got a descendant here, like, our destiny was to die on top of the tower. But because she escaped us out, and because she saved, or because we now have an heir, times are changing, and we need to travel once again because there is the evil is still around, so to speak. So we're gonna leave Jeros with Selen's aunt. And well, we're gonna move on. Let's actually get some progress in. Hold on, one thing, because I'm going to forget, and this is going to matter for the next fight still. Cold Rapier. So, I mean, we're kind of in a hurry, so we're not gonna wait around for Decker and Guy to show up. We're just gonna move on. We might as well. Gonna go to this next engine. I'm gonna hold up here because that immediately triggers this conversation. These guys, they wouldn't let us leave without them. So yeah, with that, Decker and Guy are gonna once more join our party, and with that, we can actually move on. So in here, we're going to do some interesting, some really important shopping. First off, I'm going to get an upgraded heal, and I'm going to get Blizzard. Blizzard is going to help me for a few bosses later. Stronger is just, you know, added healing, mainly for this next boss. This next boss isn't all that dangerous in retry mode. It's kind of deadly in normal mode, but here we don't really have to worry about him. Let's play it a little safe, menu flash as much as I need, make sure that I don't get any encounters. There are bees around, and bees are just awful encounters. They are the absolute worst. We get to see some bees in here as well. So this is Phantom Tree Mountain, and this is a rather annoying dungeon to play through in a speedrun. There's a lot of little things that can lose you a lot of time if you're not careful. The first thing you saw me do is I stunned that tree after he had taken an additional step so that he would be in an easy position for me to stun again. Otherwise, I'd have to get him out of his position later, and that is just already a time loss. He moved one down further than I thought he would be. That's gonna get me into a fight. That's not a major time loss or anything, but it's kind of a waste. This guy is always watching out because he's either going to go faster than me, or he's going to stick around and he's not going to do anything. This has been a very bad Phantom Tree Mountain so far. Just wanna get that out there. Let's play the rest of it well, and we should be fine. The hardest room is coming up. That's this room. This room can just troll in so many ways. We got through it the first time. If I can get through the second time as fast as I did just now, then that pretty much makes up for it entirely, by the way. For those two encounters that I got, because this is a horrible room. Nice. Really well there. Let's go. Okay. Plan puzzle. I need to not mess up. There we go. And we're going to get the next tool, the fire arrows. And these have a really interesting feature in that they can do this. I wish they would also actually kill off the tree encounters if I shoot them with a fire arrow, but they don't, unfortunately. That would have been pretty hype if they did, though. Oh, wow. Nice sword slashing there. Come on, inputs, please. I'm dropping some inputs here and there. So this is another one where the movement is kind of precise, so gotta make sure that I don't make a misstep. If you step on any of those any of those tiles twice, then you get set back to a floor lower, and that loses a lot of time. It's a bit of a hookshot maze here, pretty straightforward. Gonna have to stun some of the enemies, make sure I don't get hit by them. That gets that out of the way. So this one is a little interesting. Instead of just hookshotting over, I'm going to stun the monster, keep him on the spot, and that also, like, I could hookshot over, but at that point it's likely that he will come after me and actually get into a fight with me. We don't like actually taking those fights. They're slow. Whoops, that's fine. Luckily that was preemptive. So just get him on there. That only falls down if you have 2 of them on there. So if you kill that encounter, you just have to reload the room. So basically, story-wise, what's going on is that all of the ship in a lane have been destroyed, and this is the best ship maker around. But he's not going to build as a ship unless he can find the Phantom Tree. And since we need to move on to the other continent, we kind of need him to build as a ship. So we're going to get into a fight with these guys. These are the Lions. Lions, I mean, the name might already imply they are quite powerful. Getting a lot of damage on Selen, which is not necessarily bad, but can be kind of annoying. In general, I want a lot of IP on Decker. Decker needs to be at about full IP at the end of this fight. If he is, that's going to save me a lot of time later. It's kind of unfortunate. Oh, that is really annoying. That is really unfortunate that they ended up just flat out going for double bite on Selen. In any category, double bite will just kill her. I can use a regain here. It's not ideal, but it'll get her up at least. I get the hate on Selen today. Wow. I mean, we'll get the heal off. Decker and Guy being on full HP does actually save me a little bit of time here in that I don't have to re-enter the menu. But Decker is on a lot less IP than I would like him to be. That's fine, but it's going to slow down a later boss fight a little bit. So yeah, we find the Phantom Tree here, and this thing is huge. He can make a really, really good chip out of that. So he wants to walk back to town, get some men to get that tree here. We're just going to warp him back. So he's going to need a few days in order to actually build that chip so that we can move on. The thing casually is, like, the guys are going to leave the party, and this is kind of that point in the game where you can kind of grind up Maxim and Selen a little bit. Take some heals in between, and eventually he'll be done. The thing is, the only thing that triggers him being done is having slept 2 nights at the inn. So instead of grinding up levels and whatnot, which you could do casually, we're just going to go run into the inn and we're going to sleep twice. So that's 1. Costs 10 gold a night. I mean, it's pretty much a bargain right there. Oh, this cough right now, it's not going well. Oh well. So yeah, the ship is done, and with that we can move on. Now, before we're going to move on to the next dungeon, we're going to make a quick stop in what a lot of people probably would have liked to see today, and that's the Ancient Cave. The Ancient Cave, for those that don't know, this game has an optional dungeon, kind of like the dungeon that you can play through as many times as you want. It's 99 floors, all in random order, with random encounters, random chests, and there is a boss on floor 99. the Master Jelly. It's a separate speedrun to do that. The non-manipulated record for that is something like 48 minutes or something. Most runners will get like a estimate of 2 hours on that one. It's definitely not something that we're gonna do in any percent no major glitches, but the main reason we're here is for these sleep balls. I actually need a few more. Those sleep balls are gonna completely break a few of these boss fights coming up and completely make them like not be able to do anything. After that, we're going to move over to Narcissus. Now, if you've been around this marathon since at least the Ruby Apple segment, which was normally about 40 minutes in, but this run probably more like an hour in, you may have remembered that I mentioned at some point that the glass shop owner, he sold the Ruby Apple, or the glass apple, to a man in Narcissus. That is this town. This is where all of that started. So this guy, he got us a free boat ride into Narcissus. We're just gonna move through the town real quick. And as soon as we hit this spot, as soon as we try to get up here, we hear this flute. And all of the bachelorettes are gonna walk out of town towards the tower. Now, notably, it's only the bachelorettes that are going to move out. Selen will not, and we suspect already, like right off the bat, it's probably got something to do with our life force. We'll get to hear more about that fairly soon, but all of the women now having left town, I mean, perfect perfect opportunity for Guy and Decker to save the day. I mean, a bunch of bachelorettes. Or an easy option to save a bunch of bachelorettes. I mean, it's gotta be good, right? Waifu any percent indeed. So yeah, we're just gonna move on to that. We're not gonna care too much for it. We're just gonna make a walk there, and as we do, I guess you can do another quick donation.
We don't actually have a donation, but I just caught something that I hadn't actually noticed before. Our donation total actually spiked up to over 1,500 euros, which actually means that we've raised over 1,000 euros for the Dutch Cancer Society. So that's just insane.
I mean, I tried to clap. It's hard to clap, but that is pretty insane. That is, like, I don't think we had ever expected to reach this much in 4 marathons. That is just, it's crazy how fast, how fast stuff has gone. And okay, I feel like I'm missing out on something right now. No, oh good. I'll give you a moment in a little bit. This dungeon is long enough. You will have to wait for a little bit though. So this part of the dungeon, first of all, those samurais are really annoying encounters, but I'm actually gonna go out of my way for one little item in here. First of all, I'm gonna get to this chest over here. We're gonna pick up the key, the Narcissus key. And I'm going to bomb these pillars, and that's going to make them fall down. And there is a wall up there that is pretty much held together by those pillars. So by blowing them up, we can actually move down here. Now, the reason that is really helpful for us is that because there's an ice ring here, which is going to buff our ice spells on Selen, which is going to be quite helpful for this next boss fight. So we definitely want to have that. I'm going to strong them up to make sure they're full health, sort my inventory. And now we're gonna move on to the dungeon. If it's a quick one, you can do it now, but you'll have to be fast. Otherwise, I'll give you a moment in a second. Then I'll, because there is another really cool trick coming up that I can't not explain that one. So I wanna show that. Okay, this is really unlucky. The snail moved in like the worst possible pattern. But yeah, there is this little puzzle over here where normally you'd have to set the switch, you'd have to press the button, the statues would move out of the way, and you can do that. But if you move perfectly, you can use a bomb to just get through that puzzle instantly. Feel free to do your donation.
Okay, so we have a 10 euro donation by Status K. Crrool's runs are always my favorite part of BSG Marathon. It's a pity that they are always at awkward times, but then again, even at this late hour, he makes a hell of a show with his entertaining commentary. Anyways, good luck on the run, and I hope he would someday do the run of the Soul Blazer trilogy. Kill the squids. Thank you for that donation.
And thank you for the compliment as well. It's greatly appreciated. Who knows? One day, maybe. Okay, so we're just going to have to walk around those samurais. Those samurais are a pain to deal with, so we are going to avoid them as best we can. We're going to move up here. I'm going to take the safety save, because we definitely, or we shouldn't really need it at this point, but we might as well. I need to manipulate these blocks to end up on top of those buttons, and with that we can move on to the next boss. That samurai right there I have hit countless times before. He is in such an awkward spot. So we meet up with all the bachelorettes, we walk towards them, and, well, we're trapped. This is, if there is somebody in chat that has or knows which soft lock or hard lock I'm talking about and happens to be able to find the link, please post that in chat because it's amazing. But in this scene, there is actually a runner, Voltas. I've already mentioned him before, but he had the most insane hard lock ever to have happened in this game, right here. So story-wise, like, they're gonna get out of the cage. Decker has impressed them too much, and then as Decker steps in, he's gonna block it again. He's gonna. So yeah, he gets into a conversation. We're gonna step aside real quick here. Because, you know, this would be too easy. But Decker, he's a lot of brute force and not a lot of thinking, so, I mean, he's going to just break the cage right there. And there is a text box here that says the game is over, and then now, and then something else. And Voltas actually hard-locked once with it saying the game is over now on his screen. It was quite insane. Hold on, ice balls. Ice balls. I don't have the IP for that, so we'll use sleep balls and blizzard. So yeah, if somebody in chat knows which video I'm talking about, be sure to link it. Also 420 damage right there. But yeah, he literally hardlocked with no indication, with it saying the game is over now. It is probably the best hardlock I've ever seen. But yeah, we get to basically just fight Idura again to save those maidens. There really isn't anything to it. It's a really straightforward fight. He's weak to sleep, so I just use those sleep balls to lock him into sleep while I blizzard and ice ball this guy to dead. Like, easy fight every time. Normally, in a normal mode run, I would need Maxim to use Fleet on himself here. But because of all of that extra experience from killing Gordiv and Gades, we have enough, and I don't actually need to do that. Basically, the way that the fight is set up is that Maxim is faster than Idura, so he puts him to sleep. Then is Idura's turn, and then everybody else. So before he gets to do anything, you know, it's pretty much already done. He either gets put to sleep if he wakes up before he actually gets to move, or he just stays asleep, in which case it's also fine. So it turns out all of these bachelorettes, they do actually have a boyfriend, and those boyfriends are now going to come and pick them up. Going to rescue them from the tower, even though we'd kind of beaten them to it. So yeah, that valiant rescuing of the girls that the guys just did, it's not going to get them anything. So I'm gonna make a warp here to Narcissus. It's actually slightly less movement if we move to the next place through Narcissus rather than moving there using other means. Just a direct path. So just doing a quick warp, save a little bit of movement, reducing the chance on an encounter. I'm gonna completely skip this town. I don't actually need to enter that yet. I actually, like, we get warp there at some point by default, and that's the only reason we get the warp point for that place. So this is the Karloon North Shrine, and this is, well, let's just say stuff is going to happen this dungeon, and you will want to pay attention here because things are going to get a little rough today. It's, first of all, we're going to find probably the holy grail of ancient cave runs other than the Gades Blade, which is the Decker Blade. For those that are familiar with the ancient cave runs, you will know how good that item is. We're going to equip it somewhat soon, but we need to pick up another chest first. Close off that door. Also, this dungeon has some... so yeah, we can just skip that encounter. We're going to get this little puzzle. We just move it out of the way. Get the Lion Fang. And that pretty much gets us everything I need here. I'm going to equip the Lion Fang and the... actually, I can just do Strongest. Get the Decker Blade. We're going to get an interesting little puzzle over here. We're going to have to move all of these blocks out of the way. Really straightforward, honestly. This one is a little bit harder, mostly because of that teleporting encounter that I do not want to run into, which we almost did. Gonna heal up. Now, I do not have enough IP to show off Fatal Blow, but basically, Decker has a move that can instantly deal 50% of the current health of the enemy, which actually also works on bosses like this. Really, really powerful stuff, but we need full IP for it, which I don't have. So instead, I'm just gonna do that. We're gonna Ice Ball, Sleep. Actually, I can attack with him. Sleep Ball and Blizzard. This is gonna be the last time we fight him, yes. This is the place where we are actually going to kill Idura. It was probably about time as well, but... So yeah, this guy, he's got a little bit more health than the other two times we fought him. He's got 3,500. But with Blizzard dealing like 500 damage already, the added attacks adding another 300 or so, he's going to go down in a few turns. It is slightly faster if you have full IP on Decker, but it really only ends up saving like 2 turns. So it's not a disaster that we didn't get that. So yeah, we're gonna come up on something that, I mean, personally, this was a major surprise to me when I was playing this game as a kid. For those that have played the game, they know exactly what I'm gonna be talking about. For those that don't, prepare yourselves. Okay, so Idura, I think he's dead this turn. Yeah, there we go. That's Idura down. So he sets off one final trap before he dies. He already tells us you will not escape. As we move through the next room, we actually meet up with Iris again. It turns out she was actually captured by Idura, and even her magic isn't strong enough to have us escape out. And he's gonna have the shrine collapse on top of us. Pretty much just, you know, if you're gonna kill, if we kill Idura, he's gonna kill us as well. I mean, that menu may have spoiled it a little bit, so if you've missed it, all the better. So the door here actually locks behind us. And we're going to fall down here near the last part of this shrine. So this is a bit of precise movement in that I have exactly enough tiles to make sure that the Medusa doesn't actually hit me. We need to get that wall down. Cool, did not make a mistake, so we good. Gonna stun the dog. We're gonna go down here. So this is basically where the mechanism is that's preventing us from escaping. Thing is, Idura, he is not a nice guy. So Decker breaking the orb, allowing us to now escape, but as soon as Iris walks away, Decker gets attacked by a monster here. And suddenly, we see Idura's spirit. He is dying, but with his last breath, he's going to summon a bunch of monsters our way. Iris getting back to us, escaping out with us, but Decker unfortunately not able to escape in time, and he will have to... Oh, this will be the end for Decker, pretty much. That is the end. That is the last we'll see of Decker. So yeah, for those of you in chat, I feel let's get some Bible thumps in there for that great loss. So yeah, with or without Decker, we still have a world to save, so we're gonna have to move on regardless. But that is a sad loss right there. So yeah, that is Idura done though. So we are gonna move on, and this is I really hope Saito is in chat. If I'm gonna ask the hosting / tax station real quick if you guys can confirm whether or not Saito is still in chat, because this is his moment. So, I mean, Saito, if you are there, I mean, this is your time to shine. I will explain very shortly why. This is just a community thing, basically, that I want to mention. But yeah, we get to that town, and we're kind of in need of a ship, and it turns out that some guy named Lexus, he's selling that ship for a fairly cheap price, so we might as well take that. But we don't fully trust it, so we're going to meet up with Lexus right here. It's actually a very specific doors that you have to take. Every time you take the wrong one, you fall down, because this is kind of like that math professor that we have to talk to. This is Professor Alexis Shaya, the first and oldest of the Shaya line, basically, that we get to meet. And it turns out he has done the invention of a century. He has found a way to mix oil and air to create movement. So basically the engine, as he calls it. It does kind of explode in our face, so we're just gonna buy it. We're just gonna ask Jihad for a ship instead. And at that point he's like, wait, but he wouldn't build ships until he would have the Phantom Tree, which we found for him conveniently enough. So the fact that we were able to find the tree for him kind of sparks him to think like, wait, you guys are probably pretty strong. I have this machine over here, the chemograph, which basically shows how much energy something has. It's had 2 major spikes very recently during both the Gades 1 and Gades 2 fight. And as we stand there, Guy measures a total of 5 times more than he's ever measured before, Selen at 8 times more, and Maxim is just flat out immeasurable. That is how strong their energy is, and that just goes to show how powerful these people are. So we're going to tell him, you know, we're just a bunch of crazy people trying to pick a fight with some Sinistrals. And he's kind of intrigued, and he kind of wants to join us. So, I mean, he may have some skills that that may come in handy. Plus, he offers up the engine for free as a result. Or I think he offers the ship as or one of the two. I'm not sure, but regardless, he's gonna help us out. But he needs to remodel his engine, so we're gonna have to, and we have to get a ship that actually works with it. So we're gonna ask Jihad to pretty much just flat out make us a new ship built of the Phantom Tree, so that we can use that engine right then and there. So he tells us it is cheaper to get a new one, but once he learns of the engine, he's pretty much sold right there and then and there. We're going to be staying in Triadol, which is where we're going to have to wait for our ship to be ready. So this is something I want to point out. We're going to talk to Lufia here, and this is my boy Saito. He is the current world record holder in the Gades % category. This is his waifu right here, and I have to mention that. Like, shoutouts to, like, it's a completely random NPC somewhere in the game, but like this girl is amazing. She gets reference in every other Lufia except Lufia, possibly Lufia 3, although I'm not certain on that one. But yeah, it's she's out on the streets selling flowers to kind of try and make a living for her brother and sister. Like she's very poor. She doesn't have a lot. Her parents died when she was younger. They've pretty much got nothing and nobody, and she is completely overworked. Selen is going to put her under a sleeping spell, basically meaning that, you know, as soon as she's well rested again, she'll wake up naturally. And we, in the meantime, the good guys that we are, we're going to look for a flower that she saw on a nearby mountain. And she said that if she would get that flower, she could make so much money off of that because it's such a beautiful flower. It's a flower like she's never seen before. So we're going to go pick that flower for her. So while we wait there, we're going to do some flower picking because, you know, gotta do something with our downtime, right? We do get the last tool that we didn't have, the hammer. Really, really useful tool right here. You'll see the power of the hammer fairly soon. It's basically the hook shot, but then it has some other features. So these rocks are in the way. Yeah, no, hammer time. Hammer time indeed. We can also do this. Push pillars from a distance. That's going to be useful a few times. Gonna stun him. Yeah, it's a hammer on a chain. I was kind of hoping he would stick on that position for a turn longer. These rooms are pretty much just RNG right there. There's a few things we can try to manipulate these encounters to the positions that we want them to be at, but there's no guarantees whatsoever. Okay, I'm gonna take a heal point because I took that damage. We're gonna get this sword, the Burn Sword, and that is gonna be a sword that's gonna be very helpful for several points coming up soon. So yeah, this place is basically try to stun everything but without it hitting you. I got through it without getting hit, which is actually very rare. That is really hard to manipulate yourself through that. You need both a combination of like properly counting your steps and getting lucky that they don't move into weird positions, and we got both of that. So that it is like maybe once every like 5 runs that I get through there without getting a single encounter. This is a neat little spike puzzle. We can get another capsule monster by going through here, but we're mainly interested in one chest, which is on this end. It's a bit of a detour to take this, but it does save a little bit of time later on. In the long run, it is worth it for us to get the flying axe. Basically, there's a dragon boss later on in the game somewhere, and there is a weapon that we can use for dragons in that dungeon, but it takes it requires doing world's hardest trick, and that just loses minutes. So instead, we're gonna get this, which is also super effective. It's a little bit weaker, but it's strong enough to get us through that it's worth it for us to pick that up. Okay, pretty solid Flower Mountain so far. Got one in... okay, never mind. Spoke slightly too soon there. That's what you get with a room with 3 teleporting enemies. Still, 2 encounters total is still a pretty solid Flower Mountain, honestly. Gonna have to do some equipment here. We're gonna get him the Burn Sword. There it is. We get the Fire Dagger. Mini Shield, Anger Brace. And that gets us into this boss. And this boss is, well, it's a fun boss, let's just say that much. I'm going to give him 1 turn to do something. After that, we're pretty much just going to lock him into sleep. So yeah, basically we just more or less sleep lock him and then we just kill him. This guy has got 3,000 health or something, so at 700 damage a turn, easy boss. There is one little problem that I'm going to have with the next boss. Yeah, I figured that would be an option, but that is okay. Due to the huge amount of extra experience, normally Selen isn't faster than Maxim, but because of all of that experience, she was. So it adds a little bit of risk, but it's okay. So we get the flower, the pretty flower. We have Selen alive at barely any health, but that's fine. 14 is enough. She can live on that. So we're gonna bring this flower back to Lufia, and she's literally just woken up. We're gonna give her that flower, and it's a flower like we've never seen before, and she's gonna name this she's gonna no, she wants to pay for the flower because we got it to her, but we can't accept her money. So instead of that, she's gonna allow us to name the flower, and she's gonna name it the Profea flower. And she is going to try to spread that flower all across the world, which she will actually succeed at. We learn in the later Lufias that she's quite successful at spreading that flower. We also get the ship with the engine on it. Really fast ship. And, you know, fast ships are good, because, you know, we are trying to go fast here. It is I believe the second ship with a build of the Phantom Tree, or the first one. And the first one with an engine on it, so pretty solid start. Lex is joining our party, and we're going to move on to the next kingdom. Basically, right now, we're just going to move around some kingdoms, seeing if we can get some information on those Sinistrals. There's not really anything story-wise that's particularly different from what we've been doing. It's just running around from town to town, seeing if we can get some information out there, and it basically sets us up for the late game. So we're going to talk to the king here. It's actually, like, today is a really good day. The day after this, they're going to sign a peace treaty between the Dunkirk kingdom, where we are now, and the Auralio kingdom, which is neighboring to this. They're going to offer up their ruby icon, which is their national treasure, for a peace treaty here. Turns out, however, as we try to walk out of the castle, that it has been stolen. Now, we're supposed to try and get more information on that, but that's slow. So we're just going to immediately warp to Clemento, and we're going to ask Jaffe to build us a second one, make us a second one. I mean, he's made the ruby apple, and it made it look really, really, he made it look like an actual ruby. So if we can make one made of glass, just so that the peace ceremony can continue, that might actually prevent two kingdoms on the verge of war from actually getting into a war. So he agrees. I mean, we've done so much for him, he's not going to deny us that. And the ruby icon, he remembers it well because it was built by his mentor when he was still learning his craft. So he built us an almost identical copy of that statue, and we're gonna warp back to Dunkirk. I warped one too early. That's fine. Then we're gonna go into the castle. We're gonna offer that icon to the prince. At least with that, the peace ceremony can continue. All will be good. His assistant immediately buying it, like he does not notice the difference at all. The prince does notice that it is an imitation, and that it doesn't have its devilish look that the real one has. But he appreciates it nonetheless because the peace treaty can continue, so he's going to offer it to the king. The queen, however, noticing that it is a fraud, threatening to invade Auralio, the prince is walking into the castle and telling them, they came in with the real deal, but it was stolen. Everybody in the castle, except the two of you, were already knew of this. So the queen insisting that the ceremony can't continue without the actual statue. I mean, you pretty much probably already guessed what we need to do here. We're gonna have to find another thief. I mean, we did it twice before already. Granted, they were the same thieves with the same crown, but we're just going to do that a second time. We're going to look for these thieves, and for that, we're going to head into the Dunkirk cave. And this is probably one of the hardest caves, one of the most annoying caves casually. It's a fairly long dungeon, probably one of the longest we need to do. It's also not that it's definitely one of my least favorite dungeons because of the combination of it being very long and there not really being a lot to this one. But we'll have to get through this real quick. It's not that big a problem. So first things first, there's those 4 spikes that you'll see in a little bit, and we need to get those 4 rows of spikes You saw it in the corner just now. We want to get those 4 down, and for that we need to hit 4 buttons. For which we need to do some moving around. We need to find all of those. The combination of getting those 4 spikes down, plus the key, is what's going to allow us to get into the later part of the dungeon. There is a little bit of a speed strat we can do here at least. We're going to blow up this skeleton right here. And I'm just going to have the flower move on top of it, because we can. So this one is kind of in an annoying position. I need to bomb this wall several times. And her being there means I need to keep her stunned as best I can. It's going to get us a second glass bridge, and now that we have that, we can actually move on. Stun her. Push the pillar in front of the eye to make sure that it doesn't see us. Because moving a giant pillar in the way is not an obvious way to spot that something's there. Get the 3 switches out of the way. Stun that one, and we're going to move on. I'm going to get the Fury Ribbon here. It's just a bit of extra equipment for Alexis, who just joined our party earlier. This is probably... I mean, I don't have words for this room. These next 2 rooms are like the absolute worst. First of all, there are these buttons that I need to hit. These eyes, I need to hit them with an arrow. There's 3 of them hidden. And I need to go down. I need to push this block onto that button. And then this is where the worst part comes in. I need to warp back, step on that button, then move it all the way to the other one. And that's for a bridge towards the key to disappear. So now I can get the key. That's the anchor key out of the way. But we're not done, because we also have this part. Like that switch, and now we can actually move on. There's one more switch I need to hit. But that happens to be right over there, so we can do that very quickly. So all of that was just so that we could actually progress through the dungeon. Like this dungeon has a lot of backtracking and the likes. Crab being in a somewhat unfortunate position. So now that we have all of that out of the way, we're going to move on here. And we're going to meet this guy. This is the worst random encounter you can see. And you can probably already see why. It has the fastest movement in the game, moving 2 tiles for every 1 tile that I move. And it can just completely destroy me. Those things are so dangerous. Actually, hold on. No, you're not supposed... You're supposed to get the Thunder Ring. Lion Fang. Undead Ring, Strongest, and a Gladius. So I'm going to reset the room here to make sure that I won't actually be forced into a fight with this thing. We'll see a lot more of those assassins, by the way. Now, if you guys were wondering why the hell we would ever put Lexus in the front row, this is just to show off how powerful Lexus is. I'm gonna... Okay, yeah, there we go. It was a bit rough, but there we go. Normally, those encounters would pretty much need a full round of attacks from all of my characters, and Lexus just kills both of them in 2 hits. Gonna move him over there, because we really do not want to fight those assassins, like, ever. Gonna take the safety heal. So there's another one of those over here. This dungeon is literally full of them. Granted, this isn't the worst form of the assassin, but these guys are pretty annoying. There's another one over there. That one, if you just walk down in that room, he just comes running towards you, and you probably wouldn't even notice. Okay, this is a bit of an RNG heavy room. I can either be able to skip a lot of those ghosts or none at all, and it's completely RNG as to how many I end up skipping. That one got me. It's fine if I have to fight a few, it's generally not even a big deal at all. Them attacking guy would have been fine, but I'm too far off of my required amount of IP. They also have an instant death move, which can really be annoying, but it's fairly rare for it to hit. See, Alex just showing off what a beast that guy is, just by the amount of damage that he deals. Okay, he moved into the perfect position there so that I could still skip that one. 2 encounters there is like average to above average. 2 to 3 is about what I usually get, so getting 2 there is completely fine. There's another one that's just out there just to ambush. Like, honestly, those things are just there to ambush you. And with that, we're going to move on to the next boss, which is the soldiers. Now, if I had near full IP on Guy, I would have had a shot to make this a 1-turn fight. Because I don't, it's most likely going to be a 2-turn fight. So Guy is going to do introductions. He's going to name Selen the magical waifu. We'll see that come back in fairly soon as to why that actually matters. You're going to Blizzard. I don't have enough for Immobilize either. So they're going to get 4 attacks off, which is actually kind of unlucky, but it's not a major time loss or anything. As long as I do not end up killing off Lexus, which they don't, so we're good. Feel free to do a donation while I kill these guys.
Okay, so we actually have a €25 donation by EndyMyon2K14 with the comment, "Make it happen," which actually made €350 happen. So thank you for that generous donation.
I would clap more, but it really isn't easy to do with a controller like this. But that is quite generous indeed. So yeah, it turns out that the butler of the king, or like I said, is his right-hand man. He was actually the one to steal the crown because he wanted to get to win the favor of the Graz kingdom, a very militaristic kingdom that's close to this one. So we're like, we don't know if that peace is gonna last though, but I mean, I don't think we need to worry. Princess Thea is gonna offer up Leon to give back the statue, and Prince Leon is like, there's something else that I want way more than that statue, and we'll just leave the 2 little lovebirds alone, I guess. Now, before anything else, we're gonna have to get through this water gate over here, which, we've pretty much helped the prince out of trouble, so he's gonna just open the water gate for us. Just gonna go in here, talk to the assistant. We could talk to either the assistant or the prince. It's both 2 text boxes. I think the prince may actually have 3, but we just talk to him and he opens it up, no problem. If we were to talk to him again, we would get a VIP card, which we can actually use at the casino. But the casino is not really something we'll do in any percent. So I'm going to go ahead and buy Champion, which is the next heal spell in the game, and probably one of the most overpowered heal spells in the game in general. There is one stronger one, but effectively these two are as good. And as we do, we meet Hans. Hans is a soldier, and he tells us about a guy that supposedly landed on top of the northeast tower. So that seems like something we should probably investigate. So he was about to head over to the northeast tower anyway, so we're just going to meet him up there. There's something he has to do. So with that out of the way, let's move towards the northeast tower. Gonna have to take it somewhat careful on the overworld here, because there are... Remember those assassins that moved so incredibly fast just now? Yeah, they're a random encounter here. And they will outspeed my party and lose me a lot of time if I get into an encounter with them. So we're just going to play it safe, and we're just going to make sure that we do not actually see any of them. So this is kind of one of those dungeons where we don't actually have to fight a boss here. You'll see why shortly, but we will have to quickly go and beat the dungeon. It's not a very difficult dungeon. It takes a few minutes to get through, but nothing too special. Gonna go down here. So before anything else, I'm going to move this bridge to the other side. I can do them in either... Like, I could not, but then there is a key here that I need to grab first. So eventually we would get stuck if I were to take the other path. There's a total of 3 assassins in this dungeon, which are actually no longer assassins. They're ninjas, which are assassins, but then like 10 times as powerful. We're going to have to try to avoid every single one of them. They aren't that deadly in retry mode. In normal mode, though, they are just an instant party wipe. Quickly solve that puzzle. I'm going to stun the pumpkin, and we're going to get the key here, the trial key. And we're just going to escape out. I could, again, walk back, but it's faster to escape out. This is the second dungeon where escaping out is just a faster option. Guys, let's not. So yeah, we're going to do the dungeon a second time. We're going to move up here, and now we're going to take the bridge the other way around. We've already had 2 of the 3 assassins that I need to skip. If I can manage to skip all 3 of them, that will have been pretty good. Going to get a bit of an elevator maze of sorts through here. Stun him. We got pretty good RNG on this samurai. That samurai can get in the way, making it really hard for me to stun the ninja properly. So as soon as we get to the top, we meet up with Hans, and he can't actually move. We notice a very strong energy, and all of us can move, but it is definitely incredibly powerful. And we meet up with this guy. This is Eamon, the Master of Chaos. He's one of the 4 Sinistrals, much like Gades was, but he is quite a bit more powerful. So yeah, that is Eamon right there. He is not one to be trifled with, that's for sure. So Hans, he's gonna grab what he came for here. It's this little stone. A prince that visited the castle ordered him to look for the gem that the princess wants from this dungeon. That gem is that little petal, because Hans himself and the princess actually lost that petal when they were just children. So we're gonna go into the throne room, see the event pass by pretty much. So Hans comes up to the prince with a stone, and the prince is like, "Yeah, this is never gonna be the gem. What are you trying to do to me?" His assistant, though, having brought an excellent sapphire, really beautiful sapphire, which he's gonna offer to the princess, but it's nothing like the gem that she wanted. The gem being that little stone. Hans and the princess having lost that when they were just children, and the princess telling, and you know, you can tell again they are in love with each other, but Hans does not feel worthy of you know, being in love with the princess. And she tells him, you know, I've grown used to waiting, but please don't make me wait any longer, or make me wait much longer. So yeah, King pretty much is sending them out, and you know, all seems good. And then a messenger runs in that somebody has destroyed the entire city of Aurelio. I mean, you probably get to see the pattern that's going on here. So we're gonna move over to Aurelio. This is actually like a bit of a weird detour that we need to make. Like all of the movement in the overworld is pretty straightforward. It's always in like generally the same direction, and then here you suddenly move backwards. It's a bit of an interesting location choice. It's also like one of those towns that you can not in any way visit. Because you have to go through this shrine, which gets you through the mountains. And then from the mountains, it's right over here. It's completely closed off by mountains and everything. As we enter it, it turns out everybody in the town is dead. We meet up with Iris, and she tells us, Aemon is way too strong for you. You should lay down your sword, live a peaceful life in Parcelite, because you cannot kill this evil. She also senses rage in us, but it's controlled rage, and she feels like, okay, well, there might be a way. There is a sword that amplifies energy waves, the dual blade. It's only a legend, and she does not know where it is, but supposedly if we can get our hands on that blade, and if we are worthy of the blade, we might be able to have a shot of killing Aemon. So we help her bury all the people, and she's going to move on. We do ask her that if she will tell us one day who she really is, because Maxim knows something is up. Something is not right about Iris. Okay, this is a really tricky warp because it is very easy to warp to Agoro there. I did not warp to Agorio luckily, so saves like 5 seconds. We're gonna get into trouble. People are worried because a ball of light went into the ocean. I don't care. We're just here to buy some of those terror balls, which are a really powerful item we'll use for the next boss fight. So this is an interesting bit. Remind yourself where we parked that ship. That ship all the way up there. That's gonna come into play right here. To enter the city of Portravia. This is pretty much going to be our hometown from this point onward. This is where everything's going to happen for the last hour and a little bit. We're going to meet the next professor, and he's been working on a design for a ship that can go underwater. And since we have a ship built of the Phantom Tree, and we have the engine in there, he's just going to use that to build us a submarine, because that light went into the water, and this way we can probably chase it. So we get the ship here. This ship now actually being in this town, even though we dropped it off like half a continent away. And just as we try to do that, some elven girl runs up towards us, and she actually stole the plans. So we're gonna have to go get those plans back so that we can get ourselves a submarine. I'm docking the ship on the edge, by the way, there, because much like going into the menu, that also resets the encounter line, basically ensuring that I don't get a lot of encounters, and it's slightly faster than opening the menu. So we get some puzzles with these statues here, and basically the statue pushes you away every single time you step in front of one. So you kind of have to manipulate your way around every time you get to those statues. Pretty easy, honestly. I'm gonna get into another room. This is the only room in this dungeon with encounters, and if I walk perfectly, I will never get into an encounter there. Really easy to skip. I will have to do some equipment. We're gonna remove that, basically. I need that equipment in a little bit for something else, so just unequipping it now. Okay, gonna push these statues out of the way as well. Make sure I'm fully healed. Yes, I am. Cool. Let's go. I may have not sorted my items, but that's okay. So these are the gargoyles, and this is a very RNG-heavy fight. Yeah, I did not sort for terror balls. Basically, the terror ball is an item that it has a 50% chance of getting instant death on any encounter, which actually works on these things as well, even though they're a boss. That's only because these guys are a random encounter later on in the game. So it just allows you to fight it here. So we just use those terror balls, try and get them down quickly. 3 on the first turn, that is actually a good start. I'm gonna go safe strats and go with champion though. I probably wouldn't have needed to, but let's just play it safe. You hanging in there, Dutch. Ooh, getting a lot of misses there. Okay, let's get those. This is why I get 31 terror balls, by the way, because this fight can troll for quite some time. Okay, that's the gargoyles down. That's probably like one of the weirdest fights in the game, just because that's the best way to do it. There is another strat for it, but on average it's slower. It would actually involve killing them manually, which, I mean, 50% chance of instant death, a little over 6% chance to get completely kill all of them in turn 1. I'll take that. So it turns out that that weird ball of light that fell into the ocean actually went to the village of the elves. The reason, by the way, the plants were stolen is because the lab was draining ooze, and Lexus promised that he would solve that problem. Now, as we get back here, it turns out that Karen, Arteas and Milka's mother, has actually been taken into the shrine where this powerful beings went with them. The thing is, in that shrine, there is a place where you can amplify your power even further. So imagine how powerful Eamon would be, and then imagine him even more powerful, and that's about what we would have to deal with if we do not stop that. So I'm going to sell this equipment just so that it won't get in the way later, and I'm going to buy an evening gown for selling. That'll come into play during a few of the upcoming bosses. Not in this dungeon, because this dungeon also doesn't have a boss fight, but it will come into play fairly soon. Okay. That was fine, I guess. So yeah, that little maze right there, it's one of those hookshot mazes that we need to do. First, we're gonna have to go through it in 3 parts. Part 1 is getting the heart key, which we did just now. Now we're going to have to go back in here, and we're actually purposely going to fall off, because we're going to now do this thing a second time. Move that up there. And this is all to get the rocket ring, which is a ring that we'll use later on to boost our agility a little bit. I'm going to get that out of the way. Move down here. Get the rocket ring. That's part 2. Oh, whoops. That's kind of unlucky, actually. The IP actually is fine. Like, it's not bad to get that, but the fact that we got into the encounter in general is kind of unlucky. That wastes a little bit of time in a dungeon where you don't normally lose a lot of time. That's okay, though. Right. Now I'm just making that. That's okay. Okay, let's not do that another time. Let's actually finish up this dungeon right now. After the teleporter maze, this actually becomes a really, really cool dungeon. Or the hookshot maze. So we're gonna go down here. We're gonna move these pots out of the way, and I'm gonna fall down here. That gets me into the last part of this maze. So over these next few rooms, they've actually done some really cool stuff. Specifically this next room. So every time I pass by a torch, it lights up like that. There's only a few places in the game where it does that. And that's one of them. Okay, gonna move up the stairs here. Stun that guy. That's already pretty much the entire dungeon, by the way. We're pretty much as good as done here. We're gonna use the key on that door. Gonna move these two pillars. And that's pretty much it. We're gonna get our closing cutscene. So it turns out it is indeed Eamon, and Eamon took Karen in here to unlock that door. Beyond that door lies a pool that, you know, increases power even more, which for somebody as evil as Eamon would be a very, very bad idea. So Eamon, she's gonna try to push us away. Karen sacrificing her life here, using all of her energy to send Eamon out of the castle or out of the shrine, pretty much just banishing him from this place. I will mention here, just so that Karen bit makes even more sense, that is Artea's mother right there. So Artie, who will now join us to, you know, avenge his mother, he's now going to join our party. But he must, like, imagine how it must feel to, you know, just out of the blue in a matter of hours lose your mother like that. It's tough stuff. We're gonna have to move on though. We're gonna head back to Portravia, where our ship is ready. We will now have ourselves a submarine. So at this point, like, our goal is chasing down the Sinistrals and finding that dual blade so that we've got something to fight with. And our submarine is going to help a lot with that. Now, one of the main advantages of the submarine is it doesn't actually give any encounters. As long as I'm underwater, I cannot get into a single encounter, no matter how hard the game tries. So I can make sure that I do not get into random encounters, like, pretty much at all from this point onward because of that. And we're gonna start off with a shrine that actually has a pretty sensible name, knowing the background of RT here. The Shrine of Vengeance. Now, the idea here is, like, first of all, that ball of light went back into the sea, so we're gonna have to investigate and all that. But at the end of the dungeon, we're not going to pick that up. We normally pick it up in a normal mode run, but only for money management. There's a bow at the end of this dungeon, the evil bow, and it pretty much shows that state of mind of Artie. The evil bow is a cursed weapon that only Artie can wear, and when he gets that uncursed, it forms into Artea's bow, which is the most powerful bow in the game and the best piece of equipment for Artie. Except it doesn't deal super effective damage against Sinistrals, so it's not very useful for us, which is why we don't get it. A tile too low on that one, that's okay. Basically, we're just going to jump down here. So I'm switching to the hammer to stun this, and that's because I can use the hammer immediately as well to get this platform down. So before we're going to finish this dungeon off, first of all, I love the artwork on this place. It's like a massive shrine we have to go through. But we're going to pick up a few items here. First off, we're going to get the evil jewel here. And then we're going to have to actually get into a little bit of RNG on this encounter. He can suddenly move left, and there's not much I can do about it if he does. Generally, he doesn't, but he can just suddenly decide to be annoying. RT, Rocket Ring, E-Rock, Strongest. Okay, he decided not to be a jerk this time, so that's good. It's a bit of a brutal way to get that down, but it works, right? So here we have to make sure this carpet is completely straightened out. We're basically just ironing that carpet using a block, because very creative puzzles right there. Tough height, bright arch. I see. Good thing I checked. This has to be the tough height as well. The equipment for this next one is kind of precise in that there are some very specific items that I want to have in order to make this boss really, really easy. So this is the Venge Ghost. He's got 7,500 HP. Quite a tough boss, and you know, he's an undead enemy, and you know, as with any in any game, undeads, we can just heal them and deal damage through that. He does Hatred, which is actually perfect. That is the best possible scenario for that game. But this is why we wanted that Evening Gown. It's 2,700 damage in one hit. And the Tough Hide's dealing a great deal of damage here as well. Makes this fight pretty much free. He gets a Firebird off, which is... it's completely fine, honestly. I don't care. This Sacred Song will kill it, and that is the Venge Ghost. Easy, easy every time. So, after breaking the energy form, RT is going to help put that to rest. Making sure that the ghost can rest once and for all. So with that, we're getting somewhat close-ish to the end of the game. We're going to meet Iris one more time, and this is where stuff is going to get real. Before anything else, I'm going to buy a few pieces of equipment. First of all, I'm going to get 2 crystal wands here. One for him, one for her. And we're going to have the Plasty Bond. Those are some of the pieces of equipment that we'll pretty much use up until the end of the game. And we meet up with Iris again, and we notice something is off, but she also noticed something seems off with us. She asks if she can talk to Maxim alone, but for some reason Selen doesn't trust that. And thus she tells us about the Tower of Truth, where at the top of the tower there's a mirror, and if you see yourself in the reflection, that means you're telling the truth. However, if you do not see your own reflection, that means that you're lying about something, that your true feelings are different. We could go there immediately, but I'm going to make a quick detour to make this next boss fight completely free. Zerko Rod for Selen. Just making sure I buy everything I need here. Some Dragon Tooth. Those Dragon Tooth, you'll see very soon why these things are so powerful. We're not supposed to visit that place yet, but I mean, we might as well, right? And thus we get to the Tower of Truth. So this is kind of a tricky dungeon to navigate through. There's a lot of little things that can lose me a lot of time if I'm not careful. Like that Hydora right there. Luckily we're fast, so we get to run away very quickly. So at the end of the day, like, we outspeed almost everything, but they can still be really annoying. Hook shot. I'm going to stun him first. I'm not going to take that risk. So that enemy right there, that is a trap. Do not ever kill that, even in casual play. Trust me, you do not want to kill that enemy. Oh, there's 4 Hydras spawn around the door as soon as you kill that. Hydras can attack several times every turn, so yeah, you're having to beat 4 of them. It's not going to be fun, let me just say that. So we're gonna... Okay, good. Was making sure that the movement on that matched up and that it was a safe passage for me. So this is probably one of the harder rooms in this dungeon, and you can probably see why. Now, in a normal normal mode run, I would also get the leftmost chest here, which is a song rock, which we would use for money, but we have so much money right now that I don't need to care for it. So I can skip that chest, saving a few seconds maybe. So we're gonna go up here and stun that guy. So now for another one of those pop puzzles. This is basically just to get the key. From there, it's pretty much a straight walk to the end. This dungeon isn't that bad, generally. As long as you can get through that big room with that huge amount of encounters, there's nothing really gonna happen. Right? The truth key. That guy being in the perfect position, actually, allowing me to stun him immediately and make me move on here. Time to get through this room the second time. Looks like the encounters were nice there. Let's go. So there's one more really interesting encounter in here in this room, and that's this chest over here. That is actually not a chest, that is a mimic. A fake chest. The color is slightly different, but it is very easy to run into that chest. And I've run into that guy plenty of times in the past. So now we're coming up on what is probably one of the hardest bosses in the game. This is why we bought those dragon teeth, and you should pay attention to this fight, because this fight is really tough. So normally in a normal any percent run, the levels would be even lower than what I'm at now. So just try to imagine what this fight would be like if your level isn't as high as it is. We walk into the room with the mirror. And before we actually look, they already decide that no matter what's going to happen, we're going to have faith in each other. We're not going to trust that mirror. We know how we feel. And then it turns out that monsters are actually coming to the room, and there's 3 white dragons that we need to fight. Now, if you've ever played FF1, hey Jasper, if you've ever played FF1, you know what white dragons can be like. So yeah, we throw those dragon tooth. These guys have about 500 health, or 600, something like that, so they decide to heal up, because these things can actually heal themselves as well. We throw a second dragon tooth. And yeah, that was that boss fight. That's it. Literally 2 hits to kill the entire thing. The mirror broke during the fight, so we can't actually see, but it's alright. Iris seems to have disappeared though, and as we walk out of this room, we get pretty much the confirmation that we've been waiting for this entire game. We knew that something was off with Iris, but just watch, I guess. We hear her think, or we see her think, My mission has ended. And as soon as she's completely repaired the mirror, we see someone in blue on the other end, basically indicating something is definitely wrong about Iris, and she is not saying who she, or she is not who she says that she is. So we're gonna do one more bit of shopping. This is, I believe, actually the last shopping menu in the game. We still have a lot to cover, but we're gonna get the silver sword. So that dual blade that we mentioned, yeah, it's actually not that powerful a sword. We've got something better, the silver sword. For the final bosses, we will not use dual blade, just over the fact that the silver sword gives me super effectiveness, and it has an IP move that triples my attack. So effectively, I just deal way more damage. And with that, we're coming up on the biggest dungeon in the game, the Dragon Mountain. This is legitimately the longest dungeon in the game. It's still not that long, but there are so many places where you can get lost. Casually, this place is an absolute maze. It also has, I believe, about double the chests from the next best dungeon. Like, there are so many treasures in this place. Basically, it's just the game saying, hey, here's a lot of stuff so you can set up for the late game. Giving you a lot of powerful equipment. So this is a bit of a hard room. It's kind of hard to manipulate myself through without hitting a single encounter. But we managed to, so that's done. So that gap right there would put me back to the start of the dungeon, but I will be forced into an encounter if I do. So I'm going to do a different strat in that I'm just going to escape out, move back in, and that also gets me to the start of the dungeon. But I now do not have to kill an encounter. And we're going to do a really cool little minor glitch in this room, or in one of the upcoming rooms here. Basically skipping me, like saving me, like I want to say it's about 10 seconds that it saves. It's a very minor skip. So first we're going to hookshot across this. We're going to ignore all of those chests. They're not worth it to get for me. First and foremost, though, there is this puzzle, and anybody that has played this game casually will have gotten stuck on this puzzle at some point. You have exactly enough tiles to do this, by the way. Like, you have one tile spare. Otherwise, the plan fully grows and the puzzle gets reset. That is pretty much the only way to do that is just by... Hold on. There we go. So yeah, basically the only way to do that puzzle is just by writing it down. We get to pass by world's most difficult trick there. We're not actually going to do it because we don't care. I am going to pick up this thing real quick, the Hydura Rock, allowing me to do 3 attacks in 1 turn. Really useful little item. And with that, we're going to do some final equipment. Ghost Ring on him. Flying Axe. This is what we picked up that Flying Axe for. As well as the Pumpkin Jewel. And you get the... There we go. That should do it. So yeah, this guy tells us, you know, this is a dangerous place and a dragon is coming, so we should probably get out of here, but, you know, too late. We're gonna fight a dragon, because dragons, you know, those things are awesome. I gotta make sure that a dragon tooth with him. I can actually second weak point. Normally I would set up Sullen to heal, but in this case I'm gonna wait with that for one turn to do that weak point. Oh, the sleep kind of sucks there though. That sleep is gonna waste a little bit of time. Okay, I'm gonna have you champion Awake. I guess I'll have her champion this turn around as well. Make sure that I'm fully healed after this. I'm gonna wake up Guy. Guy being the biggest damage dealer for this fight, we really do not want to have him asleep here. Weapon weak. We're gonna use that second one. Make sure that he has enough attack, and from there on we're just gonna kill off this thing. Platyban basically reducing the amount of damage he deals with certain attacks. Just to reduce the damage he does, just to make sure we don't die as easily. This fight in general is pretty straightforward, but Dragon Tooth. Actually, I can do a Holy Energy here. Dragon Tooth. So yeah, without the Platyban IP, that could potentially have killed Maxim. That's definitely where you get to see the power of the Platyban. I kind of don't want to use the Holy Energy right now because I need IP for the next boss fight, which is coming up really quickly after this one. It's pretty much we pretty much just get a little bit of story and then we're immediately gonna head for the next boss. Which is, at that point, we have one regular boss and then just the Sinistrals left. So we're getting very close to the end. It's still a good while left, but if we get lucky, we might be able to still meet estimate, or at least get close to it despite the 18-minute death. So yeah, that's the Fire Dragon down. The Elder of Kayat telling us, you know, we are not ordinary people, and we tell him about the fact that we're, you know, fighting the Sinistrals, and he has something for us, but he doesn't like heat, so he's gonna move out of the volcano, and we'll talk to him when we get to his place. So we're going to talk to the Elder here. He has something special for us, in that we're looking for Dual Blade, and he has something that may help us find us. It turns out that the Queen of Promul, the Queen of the Mermaids, basically knows where the Dual Blade is. But the only way to get to the Mermaids is with the Jade of Proof, which he's going to give to us so we can actually enter that place. So let's do just that. Let's hop onto our ship and get towards the place where we can find the mermaids, the land of the mermaids. Now I need one more item here for Guy, the Zerko Flail. Basically the thing is, Guy doesn't have any holy elemental equipment, so nothing that deals super effective damage to the Sinistrals. So we just want something with a very high amount of damage output that we can combine with the Undead Ring as well as the Hydora Rock later, so that he can just attack 3 times with it effectively being super effective because of the Undead Ring. So she tells us that there is a shrine at the center of the world map where there's 3 islands that are kind of set up in a sort of triangle shape. And at the center, we can go to that shrine. Now, this messenger, he runs in and he tells that the current around the shrine has changed. And Piara has not been seen, and she tends to like to swim around that area. She tells us, you know, I'm not gonna look for Piara because that's way too dangerous. But it is a, you know, a mother looking for her daughter. She will probably go to any length to find her. So we're gonna go after her because, I mean, if that's the case, something is not right. So yeah, that dungeon we can find right here. We will visit all 3 of those islands later, but we can only do that with the airship, which we still have to get. So she tells us again, you know, go back because it's very dangerous, even though she's, you know, we're quite powerful warriors, mind you. No, champion. So this is the ghost chip. Depending on what he does, it can be a 2-turn or a 3-turn fight. 2-turn if he doesn't summon an encounter. If he summons something, that it generally slows down things a little bit. He goes for Doomcry. That does not actually end up killing him, then we're good to go. Okay, that's good. We should be able to get the kill before he gets to do anything else. Basically just undead enemies being undead enemies and being really easy to kill with heal spells. That thing had 10,000 health, by the way. Like, that's it. 2 turns, easy. So, like, several of the Royal Guard members come running in, pretty much, to help the princess and the queen. Okay, we have pretty much just 1 dungeon left until the end game, and this is my favorite dungeon in the game, so we're gonna get a little bit more story, and then we'll head for the before last dungeon of the game. Or before last, like, dungeon, not place we'll visit, but you know. Ice ring, you get the undead ring, Maxim strongest. So no matter which of the portals I take, it always leads to the same area, which is this one. And this is where we get to hear about Dual Blade. The mermaids were pushed into this area, and they're going to look for a way out. We notice there's a lot of energy here, probably one of the Sinistrals being really, really close by. So all of these guards, they're going to walk up, and as soon as they get to the border right there, they're just going to be killed instantly. So all 4 of those guard members are now dead. The queen about to get there as well, so Selen puts the sleeping curse on her, because, you know, we'd rather have her asleep than have her dead. We are, like, she asks us, like, why would you go there? Only the chosen ones can, but we are the chosen one. Also, the game is going to glitch out here. That's supposed to happen. This is completely normal. This is, okay, I'll try to explain what's going on here. This room actually looks normal in both the Japanese and the PAL version of the game. However, somewhere in translating this game, they messed up with the tile sets. They from what I've heard at least, this is just one of the theories, but they ran out of memory, and because of that, they decided to delete some tile sets they thought weren't used. As such, well, this happens. Because this and one other room in the game, there's 2 rooms in total, this one and the 99th floor of the ancient cave, have completely messed up tile sets. Deos, who we didn't see him, he was behind the black thing, and because the tiles were missing. He took the dual blade, and he is now pretty much announcing himself to the world as the master of terror and the new rulers of the world. And just to prove his point, he decides to destroy the entire city of Kayad and everyone inside. And, we can't really get there, so we need to find a way to do just that, to fight to get to their castle and be able to actually put up a fight. I mean, in case of doubt, ask the professors. They may have an idea. And an idea they have, they also called the island Doom Island, after which this will later be known as the first Doom Island War in the later Lufia games. But he tells us about, you know, we can probably make your ship into an airship. The problem is your engine isn't powerful enough, and, you know, it took me years to build this one. It's not likely I can build a more powerful one very quickly. However, it turns out that the Graz Kingdom, which is north of the Dunkirk Kingdom, it has a lot more advanced technology than we do, and they may have an engine that we might be able to borrow at a 5-finger discount. Now, I will say, stealing is wrong. Don't steal, kids. You should never do that. Although, I guess taking something at a 5-finger discount when that, as a result, saves the entire world is probably not the worst thing in the world. It's probably a necessary crime here. Regardless, we're going to head over to the Graz Kingdom. You may remember it if you were here last BSG that I went to Graz as well. That was in Lufia 4, because this militaristic kingdom actually wants to wage war on the world and conquer the world as well. So they're quite an evil kingdom as well. But all that aside, we're going to run into the castle and get that engine. Also, the name here is glitched up. This is now the 3Y Kingdom. We unfortunately kind of enter in the middle of the courtyard, so, you know, we're kind of spotted immediately. So we get thrown in jail. And look who it is there. We saw them twice before. Because of the death, we saw them twice. These are the guys that stole the crown in Aloons twice. Got away with it twice, then flushed themselves away twice. So yeah, here we go again. Our good old thieves from about 10 and 30 minutes into the game. That being said, though, they tell us, you know, this prison, I mean, we can unlock the door, no problem, but there's some guards in the way that we can't deal with, so, I mean, if you guys can deal with the guards, we'll unlock the door for you. Which they do just like that. And then they run off without us actually having taken care of the guards, but sure, if they get beaten up, that's not my problem. So I'm going to heal up, I'm going to save. This is one of the last save points in the game, so make sure I'm fully healed. We noticed that these thieves got beat up pretty badly, but we have a strat for this fight. Look at this. These guys have the same stats as the soldiers we fought earlier, by the way. But yeah, that was it. That's the soldiers down. Easy every time. You see, all of these bosses are so easy. The strat for that in a normal mode run is the same. So I'm going to actually skip a few rooms here. I'm supposed to go to the right and get the key. But there is probably the best trick in the game that we can do in this dungeon. This is, trust me, you'll want to watch this. It's going to go by very, very quickly. But as soon as I enter this next room, we're going to set up something really, really cool. I need that dragon to be out of the way, though. Okay, so here we've got the dragons. Completely normal, nothing going on there. So yeah, that is apparently a thing. What happened there, because I'll try to explain that real quick. Also, now I have to... Is that... No, it should still be up. So the reason that happens is there's actually, like, the thing that's supposed to check whether there's a collision there, it just doesn't exist. So you can just pass through that. There are a few places in the game where that's the case. That's the most notable one. If I have time, I'll show off the other one. It's really quick to show off. And it's hilarious to see. It's honestly beautiful. But that depends on how we're doing in terms of time, so we'll see. in the meantime, we're just gonna pretty much now make our way to the end of the dungeon. We've skipped having to actually look for the key. It really only skips like about 45 seconds. It's not a major skip or anything. But yeah, with that we get back to, well, the courtyard, and it turns out these thieves have been caught again, and they're gonna do some target practice with their new tank, because these people have built a tank, and well, target practice seems a bit rough. So as we step in to interfere, he recognizes the magical lady Selen. It's that nickname that guy gave her about an hour ago or so, probably a little bit more. And, well, guards are going to attack us. You guys know the drill at this point, right? The Gratz army, they really do not learn from their mistake. This is the third time we're killing them, too. But yeah, that's the Gratz army, pretty much. Yeah, that's the entire army. 2 hits. Good stuff, right? So we get into a fight with the tank, and this is actually a little bit trickier a fight. Let's live. So the tank is an actually somewhat difficult-ish boss. He's not really that tough. It's not really anything I need to worry about. Missile Blast is fine. That means he just doesn't do anything. So yeah, basically we're just gonna make sure we're fully healed. We're just gonna, we're just really just gonna attack him. That's all there is to it. We need to deal about 10k worth of damage, so it's a bit of a longer fight, but it's not all that hard. Champion, Selen should be faster. Yeah. Machine gun attack. Those attacks, especially Incendiary and Machine gun attack, are actually fine attacks for him to use. Because that means I take damage, and the damage in and of itself is actually useful. Like, getting some damage in here just means that I can build some IP, which means I can do more powerful attacks and therefore kill the boss faster. I should champion here. We're gonna Holy Energy anyway. Magic Gale Bullet is not fun. I mean, we won the fight. She doesn't need the experience. That's completely fine. It's kind of annoying that she's out of IP, but you know, we take the engine. Time to get out of here. Yeah, we gets the engine. In the process of destroying that engine, we've pretty much, or he's gonna destroy the entire castle. We're gonna warp out. The thieves, well, they kinda got stuck here. They're out, they didn't die or anything, but the bridge is collapsed, so I guess they'll have to swim. But they did get the crown. It took them about 3 hours, but they did get the crown. Yeah, it's the Gratz Kingdom crown. So these two professors, they're gonna quickly modify my ship. It looks like they're pretty much tearing it apart from the sound of it, but that's it. That's our new ship, the airship. We also hear the ringing of Doom Island. Doom Island has stopped above Narvik, which is the last town that we'll be visiting. Basically the town where they worship the gods. It's a very secluded town. They've got some very, very cool stuff around there. It's going to be very useful for us. Also, Airship has really fast movement in this game. So that's going to be helpful. Crystal Wand. You get the Lion Fang, you get Hydora Rock. Maybe I should heal her up at least. Zerkin Shields. These shields have the ability to cast Berserker, which basically ups the attack of every single party member. Really useful move. And when we meet the Elder, he tells us about 3 sacred pieces of equipment that have been locked away on top of each of their towers. Today is the day that seal can be broken. So it's time for us to go in and break the seal. So we're going to take one of these girls with us. They have the energy to break the seal. They are the keys. We're going to start off with Lysa. So each of these towers is pretty straightforward. Each of the towers has 2 required encounters for me to kill. Everything else is optional. On top of the tower, we will fight a boss, except for the 3rd tower. Once we've done that, we're going to get some cutscenes, and then it's onto Doom Island. So this is the first of the required enemies. It helps that we have a lot of holy elemental weapons, so these things will generally go down very quickly. Also, can I say that I mean, there's not a lot of places where I'm going to say this, but this dungeon has such good music. Like, I can't get enough of this theme, honestly. So the second fight, that's going to consist of a few black dragons, which we're basically just going to Dragon Tooth our way through. It helps that both of these are in the same row. That guarantees that we can kill them in one turn. That can be kind of tricky if they're in different rows. So that's the first tower out of the way. We just have the boss left. Now, on the stone tablet, you'll already see an icon. That's the icon of an armor. Basically, because every one of those will display what piece of equipment we will find there. In this one, we will find the armor, the pearl armor to be precise. This is Gades, by the way. I mean, we've killed him 2 times already. This Gades has the exact same stats as the Gades we fought at the start, the one we did for the donation incentive. So back then, we have killed a Gades with the exact same stats as this one. Just to put things in perspective of how hard that boss earlier was. Just wanted to put that in perspective right there, because this guy, I mean, he's a bit of a pushover considering our stats and everything. But just all in all, the fact that those 2 had the same stats is it gives you an idea of how tough that fight generally tends to be. This is honestly not the Sinistral we need to worry about. This is the biggest pushover of them all. So that's 1 tower down, 2 more to go. He also tells us about Erem, who it turns out as long as Erem is alive, the Sinistrals can be revived over and over again. So as long as Erem is still out there, we are not done. So she's going to stay behind on top of the tower because she and the other 2 girls are going to lock the Doom Island into place, going to get rid of the turbulence for us. Going to have to use some quick equipment, strongest on him, then Guy, then Selen. This has to be done in a fairly specific order to make sure all of the equipment works out. Jasper, Dutch. You guys aren't falling asleep right now, are you? We're about to come up on the most hype part. So I'm going to give Selen the see-through cape. That is a big downgrade in terms of defense, but it's an item that blocks every single status effect in the game, except for instant death. And with that, we're going to take the second of the girls, Marie. And I mean, you've probably already guessed who we're going to fight on the second tower, because Gades was the first Sinistral, and, you know, should be an easy guess from there. But it is the first time that we're actually going to get to actually fight this guy, so... Let's go to the top of the tower, and let's go fight our boy Eamon. Then enjoy the closing part of the run, Jasper. So we'll be... Okay, so that's one of the 2 encounters out of the way. We'll move up a little bit further, and we're going to get into a fight with a couple more black dragons. The nice thing about those encounters being in place the way they are is that we can guaranteed get an ambush on them every single time. Which is basically giving us a free turn, so... I mean, these are supposed to be the last gatekeepers, so to speak, but make it really easy to pass them. Okay, this is going to be the last save I'm going to make throughout the entire run, because this is pretty much where it's done. We still have a tower left after this one, but after this, it's pretty much on to the end. So I'm going to go for a bit of an awkward strat. I'm going to use a Shriek here on Artie. And this is a prediction I'm going to make. I'm going to try to, you know, if any... Oh, wow. Artie getting confused here as well. That's a good thing we use that Shriek. Get that out of the way. The thing with this fight is, at this point in the game, there's really only one person that can still get confused, and that's Artie. So we set it up in such a way that we don't have to deal with that, and we just have Artie, or we just set up a Shriek on Artie so that if he does get confused, we'll get rid of it immediately. Triple attack, 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 heal. Should be getting fairly close to a kill right about now. Okay, already surviving that. Good stuff. and that is Aemon down. So at this point we have 1 tower left, and then Doom Island. Keep him awake. Don't fall asleep, buddy. Fair enough. So we're going to equip that on Maxim. We're going to get the jute helmet on Guy. Ghost clothes for Artie. Bright armor there. Very long flight. That's the longest flight in the game. Okay, time to take the last of the girls with us, and we're going to put her on top of the 3rd tower. Now, the one thing this 3rd tower is different in is that we don't actually have to fight a boss here. Everything else is the same. We, 2 mandatory encounters that we need to kill. And then on top, we're going to meet up with one of the Sinistrals. He's just not going to ever actually challenge us to a battle, because he will meet us on Doom Island. On that note, this is also going to be the last time that we'll hear the theme from these towers. So I encountered this one from the side. That's not really that big a deal. That means they're going to get an attack off, but at this point that really just doesn't do anything anymore. Oh, dude, nice. I got a Gorgon Rock. That is a very rare drop there. That actually saves a little bit of time on the final bosses. That Gorgon Rock is a very, very rare drop. There is a way to get one naturally, but it's about as fast. It doesn't really save any time. And you can get trolled in either scenario, so I tend to just normally skip it. Getting the drop here, though, that actually greatly improves my equipment for the final set. Basically, the Gorgon Rock has an IP move, which allows me to deal 1/8 of the total or the current health of my opponent. So if I get that off on the very first turn of the last boss, 1/8 is 2,500 damage in one hit. That's about the amounts that we're looking at here. I have literally only once gotten that in a run before. So while I'm at it, I might as well equip that. Especially since Selen didn't really have anything to begin with. I guess I lied. There is another save tile here. Never mind. That's okay. That is actually the last save, though. After this cutscene, we cannot save anymore. Like, the game physically locks you out of saving. So we get the Divine Shield. And we meet up with Deos one more time. He's gonna spawn Dual Blade. He's gonna show that we are not worthy. We, however, we stand up. We fight back. In the Battle of Energy. Turns out that Dual Blade has chosen its wielder. Not that we will actually equip the sword, because we won't, but you know. Story-wise, there is one point that we're going to be using it for, and that's the very last thing we'll do. So, took a little longer than I was hoping for, but despite the 18-minute death, it seems like we're not going to go over too much. So with the 3 towers, with each of the girls up on their respective towers, they're going to lock Doom Island into place. However, the thing is, Eamon was smart enough to try and launch an attack on our ship as we were talking to Deos. So we're going to get a few quick cutscenes here, and then it's just on to the end. Basically, what's going to happen here is Maxim is going to take Selen outside, and he's going to ask Selen to stay behind, because there's a big chance they won't survive this journey. And somebody is going to have to take care of Cheros. Selen, however, refusing to leave Maxim's side. They are in this together, and they are going to Doom Island together, kill off those Sinistrals, and return to Cheros together. And they're basically just setting up for the end. They know that it's almost over, and Guy pretty much inviting everybody to a party at his place once everything's finally done. So time to get on our ship and head for Doom Island. Now, just before we do, though, it turns out that the entire port is being filled with monsters. Luckily, Decker to the rescue. He didn't die earlier. It only very much looked like he did, and he is back to save the day. So, yay for Decker being alive. So Decker, he's going to very quickly clear up these monsters so that we can get to Doom Island and beat the Sinistrals once and for all. So, for those of you that have ever seen Lufia 1, but not Lufia 2, I ran it here quite a few BSGs ago as well, we are now going into the segment that you see at the start of Lufia 1. Eamon, he's going to try to drop us out of the sky like flies. They manage to break through the barrier here, and they're going to shoot a laser towards our airship. Which, on the 5th hit, actually hits. But we have a glider. We had a backup. I mean, we never go for a marathon without backups, right? Well, this is where it's going to happen. Chaos' Shrine. So in here, we need to fight all 4 of the Sinistrals, and then we have to do one more thing. Not a boss fight or anything, but just some story we need to finish up. Now, the cool thing about this particular place is I am not even going to care about my damage output. We're just going to go all out on Gades. Gades is not by any means a difficult fight. I'm kind of surprised that Guy managed to outspeed Maxim there. That's not one that you see very often, but sure, that's okay. Like, I'm not even going to heal for this fight, we're just gonna go all out. This fight is not something that can kill me at this point anymore. Not to mention, because that does like 30% of his total health right there. That one hit. So that's one Sinistral down. Let's move on to number 2. This dungeon, by the way, like in every part of the Lufia series, of Lufia 1, 2, and 3, this is the only dungeon that is the exact same in terms of layout for every single one of them. It's pretty neat how they kept that the same everywhere. Okay, so this fight is a little bit harder. Not particularly more difficult, but just a little bit more difficult. It's very minor. He's going to do a Chaos Wave, but at this point nobody can get hit by it anymore, so we don't need to worry about it. Axe attack, dealing a good 800 damage there. We're going to buff our attack once more. Going to make sure that I get as much out of that as possible. It's not enough for the triple attack, but we have that. Nice critical hit from Guy there. Just that little bit of extra damage. That's 2 down, 2 more to go. So, I mean, considering we had an 18-minute death, getting 2 of the 4 Sinistrals down before we hit the estimate, it's not what I was hoping for, but I guess we'll have to make do. There's one more thing I need to do. No, he needs to get the ice, you get the ghost ring. There we go. So I will say in advance, time is not as soon as we kill the last boss, because there's one more part that we need to go through, and this is the most hype part of the game, so it would be a shame to skip that. So we're going to meet up with Erin, the Mistress of Death. This is also the point where they get quite a bit more health. Erin has 15k health instead of 10k, which the previous 2 had. Deos is going to have 20k health. They're all still like not that bad fights. Like they'll all go by pretty quickly, but figured I'd mention that. Also, Selen can die to Devastation Wave because it has the instant death thing. Doesn't actually die to it. We get enough for triple attack and Holy Energy. Get the champion off. Let's go. Another crit from Guy there. Good stuff. So Dark Fry, that hopefully gives me enough MP that I can go for those hits again. Get a second attempt on the big damage. Did not think it would, and I don't actually end up having enough. But we can at least do the holy attack from Selen. It's a start. She should be down next turn, so getting really close. There we go, that's Aram down. One more boss to go. And with that, we get into the fight with Deos himself. He tells us a little bit about Aurek the Absolute, the gods, like the god of the gods, so to speak. We're gonna actually hold on. Berserk. Just gonna have him attack this turn. Berserker, axe attack. This is the fight where axe attack saves the most time. There you go, just 2100 damage turn 1 without any buffs at that. That's 10%, a little over 10% of his health. Terror Wave is kind of an annoying move in that it can cause every single status effect in the game. It's fine as long as it doesn't actually deal anything that's gonna cause trouble. Holy Energy, Champion. All of these moves now also do a lot of damage, but mostly because of those buffs that I increased. It's triple the normal damage, plus super effectiveness, plus I did a buff twice, giving me effectively almost double my normal attack. So it's the combination of that that just makes this fight pretty easy, honestly, despite this being the final boss of the game. He's gonna probably use his Dark Mirror sometime soon. He actually went for a physical move. That's pretty rare from him. I will have to heal that off because Dark Fry can hurt still. It shouldn't at this point, but I'd rather play it safe. So there's the Dark Reflector, meaning we're just gonna attack. The first physical hit is gonna deflect. That is completely intended. I just let Artie take the hit. That's the last boss down. So we're getting close to time right now. We're getting a little bit more story, and I need to do one more thing. Okay, so to whomever is on, I think Midnight is on tech right now, right? Geo. Okay, Geo. Time is as the last of the 3 crystals break after this. So basically what happens is that the Sinistrals now go for one more combined attack and one last attempt to beat me. We try to beat through that, combining our energy. Artie notices that Selen doesn't have a lot of strength and that she is pretty much pushing it right now, but we're going to go through with our attack anyway. She says she can handle it. We're going to check up on all of our party members. Looks like Guy is just fine. Looks like Artie is doing just fine. Selen looks fine, but as soon as we start talking, turns out that, you know, the world may be at peace, but she got, like, the energy wave went right through her, and she's having trouble talking as it is, and she is not going to make it out. Next, the bridge actually collapses, pretty much locking Maxim and Selen in. Guy and Artie warping out. But just, okay, chat, I'm gonna give you a call here because you guys need to know this. In a little bit, and you will know when this happens, something really hype is going to happen. And at that point, your job is to spam music Craigasm in chat. This is a long-standing Lufia tradition, and I intend to keep it in honor today. So you will know when it happens. You will hear the sound cue. In the quick scheme of things, Iris turns out to be Aram. She wanted to know how things would end out. Doom Island is falling on top of Parcelite, but we can change its course, and that's what we're gonna do. Chat, here is your moment. I'm gonna be silent from this point on. Enjoy the final stretch. Okay, Geo, get ready on time. I want to take a quick 10 seconds to still show that other thing off. It's 10 seconds. We can probably make do. Kind of over, but screw it. Okay, get ready. Time. So yeah, I mean, considering an 18-minute death, going 8 minutes over, I guess that's as good as we can do. Thank you all for watching. Thank you guys for getting me to run this again. I mean, it's been long due. Like we finally run Lufia here, so glad that I finally got to. I think we're gonna quickly move on to if this. We might not. Okay, well, if as long as Rekilled isn't here, because I think they're still getting Rekilled out of his bed right now. In his defense, it is almost 4:30 a.m. I can get that. Yeah, I can show you guys a little bit of what Lufia 2 like. Basically, at the end of that part there, along with Dual Blade, with the last of our energy, we break that last rock, changing the course of Doom Island. And Doom Island now having set course for the for a completely different continent, and it's going to crash. It looks like it's going to crash into the ocean. Everybody returning home. It does look like Artie has something, or that he hurt his eye, but he should be fine. We're going to get to see some of the most memorable characters from the game one more time. Gonna see how they fare in the days after. Guy returning home, and pretty much with the message that they will have to prepare a grand feast. And it doesn't matter if they need to take the home, or if they need to, you know, help, you know, the people from town, have them help house people, because, you know, the world is at peace because of that, and that needs to be celebrated at all cost. So they are going to make it one hell of a celebration. Decker realizing that it's over. Praising Maxim to be the second strongest warrior in the world. Second only to himself, of course. There's one cutscene here coming up soon in particular. First, we've got Lexus. We get to see the predictions of where it's going to land. She's predicting it's going to land somewhere in the ocean near Westland, which is, by the way, where Lufia 1 takes place. That takes place mostly in Westland. And well, this was the last one that I need to. This is the last one I need to mash for. We get to see the first person to join our party, Tia, and she's actually crying for the first time in many, many years. She doesn't understand why, but she's crying. She knows something is up, but she doesn't know what. And yeah, just enjoy. So yeah, that's Lufia 2. Yeah, it would be helpful if Rico would get here fast, because it's about time for me to hit the hay as well. Absolutely, I like. Well, we've got credits, that helps. I mean, since we still need to set up, I'm going to show this last one as well. We see Jero's waking up in the arms of his aunt, calling for his mother. Saying, and the aunt saying she'll be back soon, but Selen has already gotten home. But in quite a different way. Some say, you know, that's pretty much what they suggest here, is that the Jeros actually knows that his mother is already there. They will not be back soon, but they're, well, you'll see. Right above the city of Parcelite, as it's their time to pass on. And with that, I think we're going to move over to The Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask. Thank you all for watching. That was a fun run, despite that death early on. I mean, we didn't go too far over, all things considered, but oh well.